from the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates and election results, from the campaign trail to the ballot box. We have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates and election results, from the campaign trail to the ballot box. We have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates and election results, from the campaign trail to the ballot box. We have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates and election results, from the campaign trail to the ballot box. We have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates and election results, from the campaign trail to the ballot box. We have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates and election results, from the campaign trail to the ballot box. We have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates and election results, from the campaign trail to the ballot box. We have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments.
The Parliament, there's a parliamentary sitting about to go on, and I'll be interviewing some of the members of Parliament to find out their expectations for this parliamentary sitting. And I have with me here
Eric Flide, Okwelukan is present.
All right, so this is not your first parliamentary sitting, right?
Yes, please.
This is your first on.
This is my first.
Okay. Please, what are your expectations for today's parliamentary sitting?
Oh, okay. As the orders of this sitting have been stated earlier, I think I don't know whether you've seen it yet. We are actually going to look into how to review our constitution, because there are some loopholes that we need to fill. Okay. Subsequently, going up in the coming year, should be able to have a solid constitution that will cover everybody out. Okay. We expect the best, and we debate the best out here for the school students of UHAS.
Great. So speaking about loopholes, do you have any suggestions on some of the, things they should change or that you think are a kick in the constitution?
Oh, okay. For me, I can't really state anything right now. Okay, yeah, personally, I can't state anything. But I think, yeah, I have one thing. Okay, pertaining to the no count nooks section. Okay, I think there are things that we need to change. How the constitution states out some responsibilities of the local nooks. We understand, but I think when it comes to some perceptions in the constitution, the parliament or the constitutional review has to really take a look at all those things. Yeah, so don't worry. I think we have the best section today. Expect the best from it. Okay, we are here to fight for the good students of UHAS. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so wish you all the best. Okay, I actually have your. Thank you. So, okay, that was the Honorable Nooks President from Hokwe. And his problem was about the Nooks session of the Constitution. He hopes for a review on that. So I'll be speaking to more honorables. Okay, so
Brings
as
you a
of now,
comprehensive
the
live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto debates and election results, from the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS Base TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto debates and election results, from the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS Base TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto debates and election results, from the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS Base TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto debates and election results, from the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS Base TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto debates and election results, from the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political.
Okay, so I have with me here our wonderful Honorable Beatrice Akadiri. So yeah, Beatrice, what are you expecting for today's meeting?
Oh, I'm expecting a smooth
Meaning they are usually not peaceful and long issues dragging.
sometimes controversies and all those stuff can prolong the system. So today we are expecting a shorter duration.
That's true. I used to wonder what you guys are talking about because you stay here for a while. And then talking about the constitutional review, do you have any suggestions or something you want to change or want to point out today?
Okay, so today being, I think it wouldn't be the final one, but before you get to review, like you have to write what you want to be changed in the constitution. So I think what I would suggest, or maybe finally write to them, would be like getting a welcome for the Sawi students, because they mostly when they are on campus, we are in the house and they don't really have representative from women, suggesting that would be helpful.
Thank you so much. Dear, welcome. Thank you. I hear the speaker welcoming our honorables, so meaning the program is about to, the meeting is about to start. Yeah, but I'm hopeful
Get
to get
ready
more
for the
interviews
biggest
from some of the
political event of the
honorables.
year.
Thank you
UHAS
for
Space TV
watching.
brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates, and election results. From the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS Space TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates, and election results. From the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS Space TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates, and election results. From the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS Space TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates, and election results. From the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS Space TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates, and election results. From the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS Space TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates, and election results. From the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest.
Okay, so still preparing for the waiting on the parliamentary meeting to start. We have a speaker around just giving some information on the order of paper and how things should go about it. And I have here with me. So we'll just be having some discussions behind the scenes. And make sure to send your comments on any questions and we'll try our best to answer them. So, yeah, Enoch, what do you think about the parliamentary meeting as a whole, like today, everything?
Okay, so I think today's parliamentary sitting looks quite interesting. And I think the number is, I don't know if everybody's in, but the last one they had, the number of people were a lot than what you're seeing today.
So you were here the last time?
Yeah, I was here the last time. I don't know if they are yet to come, but yeah, the number of people here are lesser than what we saw the last time.
I realized that apart from the honorables, we have observers. So I'm thinking maybe the observers too added up to the number. But that's not what you're talking about.
No, it can be so. I think the first time round, we had people from HTU joining, the HTU Parliament. Some of the members of Parliament joined us, I don't know if they will make it today, but yeah, I think that was it for the last time.
Okay, then I don't think they will make it today. Looking at this is a new semester and they are here to make plans, agree on the project to undertake and the budget and everything. So I guess, however, some of the seats look empty. So I think some are yet to come. However, I've spoken to some honorables from Hohwe. So I'm thinking the Hohwe guys are in. Yeah, but I'm guess this will be starting soon, and I'm hopeful for a short a short meeting. Yeah.
Yes, so as we speak now, the Speaker of Parliament is done explaining the order paper and how things are supposed to be done in the Parliament. We are about to get to business. They're about to start discussing the issues for the day. Yes, so
Just so you know, the speaker presides over every parliamentary meeting, and he was just giving some, rules and regulation on how to input while someone is talking, how you can input in, correct someone. However, when the speaker himself is speaking, you cannot do any of those. Like, you just have to follow, listen to his order, and you're hoping for a peaceful one. Like, the argument should be, sensible and not biased. He just came to make change the atmosphere, and they are all just getting prepared. Some on their phones, some thinking deep thoughts. But I'm hopeful. I'm really hopeful. I want to find out the projects they want to undertake, and hopeful that they'll bring about something, something that will be beneficial and good for the well-being of the student. Okay. So we have the meeting about to start.
yes, so the Speaker of Parliament is about to sit down. So any moment from now, you can enter. Waiting for him.
You're waiting. Okay, looking at the order paper, when the speaker finally comes in, there'll be an opening prayer. Then the speaker will give a welcome address, adoption of order paper, constitutional review, basically elections, budget approval, and then AOB and closing remarks from the speaker. We have the speaker in now. So guys, send us your comments on how you see those who are not able to make kids. We are bringing it to you live. So send us your comments, questions, and remember to share and like the video. Thank you.
But even before that, certain honorable members couldn't make it today, and hence are represented by his deputy. Your name, please. Use Honorable President is also Rosemont Boate, our publicity chair for today's sitting. As and when she reports for the sitting, he may be substituted for the honorable member. And Honorable Aduma also asked to be late for the meeting because he had, I won't say equally important duties to do, because nothing surpasses the SRC when it comes to the student leadership. So he said he'll be here in a couple of minutes, but he'll be very, very late. So let's pardon him. Representative for the School of Sports and Exercise Medicine also asked to be late because he has a general assembly for his association. So we'll be here in a couple of hours' time, possibly 2. So we welcome everyone to today's sitting. Thank you very much. Moving on to the adoption of the order paper. Please, this is the order paper. Let's look through it. Thank you very much. Any concerns or corrections to be made to the order paper? A mistake was made with the date. It should be changed to Saturday, July 22nd, 2023. Any corrections or concerns? Any concerns? I'm very sorry. And please, let's put all our phones on silent, okay? I'm very sorry for disturbing and distracting all of us. Thank you. And please. Any other concerns? Honorable members. please, the observers are also allowed to make changes to what's on the order paper. So if you feel you're supposed to make a submission today, and for certain reasons, you need it to be moved up, you can do so by the show of hands, so that at least we give you the opportunity to make your point. Thank you very much. Please use the correct intervention signs. Honorable member.
Before any other thing. Thank you.
Any other submissions? In the absence of any submissions, a motion can be tabled before the House for the adoption of the order paper and the changes made. The floor is open. Mr. President.
I, Frank, the whole provincial SRC president, move a motion that the order paper should be adopted by the House and the changes duly made. Thank you.
Any amendments or counter motions? Any amendments or counter motions? In the absence of any amendments or counter motions, I'll call for a seconder. A seconder. Honorable Philemon, you have the floor.
I, Akuto Philemon, second the motion that we adopt the order paper for today with the necessary changes effected.
Any amendments? In the absence of any such amendments or counter motions, the motion shall be put to a vote. Those in favor of the adoption of the order paper as an official document of this House, say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. And please, I'd like to thank the executive officers for providing the Parliament House with stationery that we so dearly wanted. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we wish you do more for the Parliament House. Thank you. And please, thank you very much to our cloaks have been washed today. Yes. They've been washed. And I would like to say a big thank you to our executive officers and the members that make preparation for this parliamentary sitting possible. So moving on. So with the changes made, our order paper stands as I gave my opening address. The order paper has been adopted. Constitutional instrument, budget and roadmap for 2023-2024 elections. Progress reports on constitutional review, budget approvals, A or B, which is any other business. So that's how the business of the day will be done. I'll be forwarding
attendance. We had 27 M. And our order paper for the sitting was approval of budget and any other business. That was the order of the sitting. The meeting started at 12:30 and after the parliamentary prayer was led by the Speaker of the House, Right Honorable Boatin Jebster Owusu. The business of the House was laid, and also the Honorable Solomon Boatin, President and Project Committee Chairperson, presented before the House a budget for Sandwich Life the initiative was in the right. He believes that estimated number was small and he thinks the number should be increased by the honorable of that's Honorable Samuel Barton, Programs and Projects Committee Chairperson, responded by saying the actual number budgeted for was 450. He also stated we had to consider the coffers of the SRC. The 200 honorable Emmanuel Echia Adu spoke about was to be supplemented with baked foods and fries. Honorable Emmanuel, School of Nursing and Midwifery representative, stated that if the actual budgeted number was 450, why the 200 and supplementing with baked foods and fries defeats the idea of preserving the coffers of the SRC. Honorable Samuel, Programs and Projects Committee Chairperson, stated that the idea of having a lot of variety food was to actually deal with the number of people expected. Honorable Aduma Ebenezer, whole local NUC's president, the venue was not stated here in the budget, and the cost of it was not also stated. He also added from the budget he could see KFC and the cost of it is 2,000 Ghana cedis. There is also baked pie and fries also costing us 1,500. Lastly, we will share popcorn at a cost of 1,500. He added the food items are too much. And for that matter, we can serve KFC with Coke or any drink of their choice. He stated he wanted to know if the organizing committee is aware of this program. He believed the members of organizing committee can charge less for both the operation and the incentive for the committee. Mr. Speaker, permit me to ask the photography and videography there in the budget, if that is different from the other videography and the photography we discussed in our first sitting, where the House agreed to add that to the federal budget. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how the negotiations went with Ayalolo, but I suggest we speak to them to reduce the cost to 600. Programs and Projects Committee Chairperson stated unless the honorable member is backing his point up with the total number of salary students being lesser than the number budgeted for, I don't understand why he would say the food items are too much. He further asked that Honorable Aduma Ebenezer Tano, that's the whole local NUC's president, clarify this and get your other questions answered. He also added that Honorable Carl Mensah, Transport Committee Chairperson, was the right person to answer issues on transport. His Excellency Roger Mascot Lutrot, Federal SRC President, stated the photography and videography is exclusive for the particular program. Enough photography and video to capture all moments and in the minds of the students. Honorable Carl Mensah stated, pertaining to the transportation, Ayalolo charges 500 Ghana per trip if it's and upon negotiations with them, the price he agreed to even settle on was 450 cedis per trip, making it even still in talks with him if it could even be reduced to the fitting 400. That's the fitting 400 the budget proposed. He believes the 600 won't be feasible at all. In the absence of any other deliberation, Honorable Ferguson Joshua, the Hohoi Provincial Treasurer, moved a motion for the acceptance of the budget and was seconded by His Excellency Roger Mascot Lutrot. A vote was cast, and the yes were 12 and the no were 0. The motion passes. In the absence of any other deliberation, the House was adjourned to further notice. Thank you.
In the absence of any concerns or corrections, a motion. A motion, please. Honorable member. Any seconder? Honorable Lieutenant.
I rise to second the motion moved by His Excellency Roger.
Any amendments to the motion or any form of counter motion? In the absence of any amendments or counter motions, the motion shall be put to a vote. Those in favor of the acceptance and adoption of the previous sittings minutes, say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Moving on to the business of the day, we hereby call on the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Honorable Spencer Akwasu. Akwasu. Thank you very much. Organizers. The WhatsApp page move to the WhatsApp page so that we can go through. I don't remember. Okay. So as we wait for a laptop, we'll move on with that. Please, if you could help us read it. Do you have a hard copy of it? Okay. So as we are waiting for a laptop, we'll do that. I think it feels like we are in the medieval ages, but let's deal with it now. When a laptop comes, you move to that. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm not a chair. Thank you very much.
At the time of nominations. Sure. Thank you. D. Have spent at least one academic year in this university. E. Not be adjudged or otherwise declared to have misappropriated funds or caused loss of cash or property. F. Not be found to be incompetent by any committee of inquiry. G. Not be removed from any student office in this university on grounds that are inimical to the interest of any group of students. H. Kindly note that a federal SRC presidential aspirant and his running mate should not come from the same hall of residence. I. Not have held a position of executive officer under this constitution. Note, the eligibility criteria for the federal SRC president also applies to the vice president as stated in Article 60, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution of this nation. J. Any action deemed inconsolable and requires disqualification to a presidential candidate affects his precedent and vice versa. 2. Filing of nomination form. A student shall not be a candidate in any election unless he or she is nominated for election by a document, a nomination form, which is A, signed by him or her. In the case of Federal SRC President position, the running mate should also sign. And B, signed by not less than 10 students from each hostel in the case of Provincial Executive Officer or Local NUCS Officer, or at least 1 student from each hostel and at least 2 students from each school in the case of Federal Executive Officer. A student can only endorse 1 aspirant to a particular portfolio. And C, delivered to the Electoral Commission on or before the day fixed for the close of nomination in relation to the election. Note: 1. An aspirant should attach additional documents such as statements of results, curriculum vitae, that's a CV, policies and documents of good standing of any sort. It is optional. To the and the Dean of Students. 3. An aspirant is expected to obtain 5 signatures, 2 from the executive board and 3 from members of an association or institution in which he has held a position before, to ensure the section E and F of the eligibility criteria are met. Candidates who have not held any position should obtain 2 signatures from 2 lecturers for the same purpose. Late submission of nomination form shall attract penalties prescribed by the Electoral Commission, which is disqualification. Vetting of aspirants. A. An 8-member vetting committee shall be established as stipulated in Article 46 of the UHAS SRC Constitution. B. The Electoral Commission shall introduce the aspirants to the populace as well as stipulate the date for vetting through a communique, notice board, and social media such as WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram pages upon closing the nominations. C. The criteria for the vetting shall be determined by the vetting committee. D. It shall be an open vetting where any other student aside the 8-member panel will be allowed to question the aspirant. The vetting may be held on Zoom depending on the circumstances. E. Aspirants must present the following documents, both soft copy and hard copy, to the vetting committee prior to the commencement of the vetting. The documents are listed below. I. 8 copies of their statement of results, 8 copies of their CV, 8 copies of their policies, any document of good standing, which want to indicate that this is optional. V. Evidence of recommendation from 1 head of department of their respective school. The Electoral Commission shall not condone any form of lateness from aspirants on the day of vetting as against the stipulated time. The Commission will sanction the appropriate punishment, which is disqualification. The vetting committee shall communicate the outcome of the vetting to the student's body through notice boards and social media platforms such as WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Aspirants who demand to know the basis for their qualification or disqualification will be duly informed after a formal request has been issued to the Commission to that effect. The Electoral Commission shall thereafter introduce the qualified candidates to the students through a communique. Note, an aspirant shall be deemed qualified if he or she is able to obtain a score of at least 80%. I may wish to repeat that again, Mr. Speaker. An aspirant shall be deemed qualified if he or she is able to obtain a score of at least 80%, referring to the vetting results. Reading of manifestos, number 5. A day shall be allocated for the candidates to justify their worthiness to the entire student populace through manifestos reading. B. Any candidate who fails to partake in the reading of manifestos without any justifiable reason will be withdrawn from the race. However, if the candidate has any reason as justified by the Electoral Commission, there won't be another opportunity for such a candidate to read his or her manifesto. The candidate will only be allowed to share the manifesto through media platforms. Campaign process, number 6. That's on page 6 as well. Candidates shall be given duration of at least a week to undertake campaign. A. The campaign must be in a manner that will maintain peace in the university. B. Any candidate whose campaign activities happen to violate the rights of students or cause some amount of tension among individuals or groups will be disqualified. Any candidate still campaigning after the stipulated time for end of campaigns will be punished. All campaign activities must cease by 2 days to the elections. Number 7, withdrawal of candidature. A candidate may withdraw his or her candidature before the start of campaigns. Oh, it's fine. Let me see if I can pick this up. You can be presenting it alongside. It's no problem. But I think you want to allow me to continue. You can put it on the table and then be doing your settings so that I continue. Thank you. B. A candidate who did not put up a poster or flyer by the commencement of the campaigns shall be deemed to have withdrawn his or her candidature. C. A candidate who wishes to withdraw may do so by formally writing to the Electoral Commissioner, which may be granted on terms that the Electoral Commission deems fit. D. A candidate cannot withdraw his or her candidature a week before the voting day, and this includes the federal SRC vice presidential aspirants. Number 8, polling stations or electoral centers. There shall be 2 electoral centers where the voting processes and activities can be monitored on the day of voting. The locations of the electoral centers shall be communicated to the entire student body by the EC before the election day. Thank you. 9, polling agents. Each and every candidate shall provide 1 person who shall serve as his or her agent at the electoral center. B, the candidate shall write a letter to the Electoral Commission indicating his or her polling agent prior to the election day. The letter shall state the full name, index number, and program of the polling station agent so assigned. The polling agent will be required to report to the electoral center an hour before voting commences. Agents who report late will not be allowed to enter the center. All electronic gadgets, laptop, and mobile phones of polling agents will be collected before entry into the electoral center. Polling agents are also expected to draw the electoral officer's attention to any interference observed in the course of the election proceedings. Voting process. There shall be a stipulated time allocated for credible voters register compilation through an accessible medium which will be provided by the EC. The electronic online vote casting system shall be used. Links will be shared for students to enable them do their verification and voting. Tools which will be used to send the links will include email and or SMS. There shall be a piloting of the voting software among the general student body before the election date. Before voting commences, candidates or their representatives will be given the opportunity to verify the scoreboard, which will indicate 0 vote cast in order to prevent suspicions of cheating. Students shall be appropriately notified regarding the election day and time and educated on how to use the software to vote. The various polling agents shall be introduced to the electoral officers. The polling agents of the various aspirants will be allowed at the electoral center to monitor the proceedings in order to have free and fair elections. Vote casting shall continue until the stipulated closure time, which will be given by the Electoral Commission prior to the elections. At the closure time, votes casted will be noted and any system closed down to prevent additional votes. The polling agent shall fill a form to indicate whether or not proceedings at the polling station went well in order to ensure free and fair elections. Number 10, results declaration. Upon the closure of the voting, the results shall thereafter be projected and declared as provisional results. B, a candidate shall be deemed validly elected if he or she obtains 50% plus 1 additional vote of the total vote. The final result will then be declared in 72 hours time in the absence of any opposition. Schedule A. The rules and regulations specifically mentioned herein shall not be regarded as excluding others, not specifically mentioned, which are considered to be inherent in any fair, free, transparent, and credible election. Should any major interference erupt, there might be changes in terms of dates and proceedings. Candidates in this election are allowed to make suggestions regarding any of the above proceedings which may be accepted if deemed necessary by the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker and the House, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for the submission. I'd like to welcome Honorable Rosemond Boate. Please, I'd like you to take your seat here. Honorable Vincent, thank you for your presence. You can exchange seats with your chairperson. Thank you very much. So, as we always do, we'll be taking each page one by one. Concerns about the content of each page shall be raised and duly answered by our EC. And please, if you have any suggestions or changes to be made to the constitutional instrument, you are allowed to suggest them to the EC so that they may be added, right? To the EC, may be added. Yes, please. And this this CI is pending approval of the members of the House. Remember, is it to? Yes. So we will start page by page. Before we do that, remember.
The Speaker of the House, I think that we have the EC roadmap. So it's best if he has to before.
Okay, because it's a document, right? I'd like us to do that, or. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make it clear to the House that before even the roadmap begins to work, the CI has to be approved. So I'll still push that we go with the approval of the CI first, then we know what can happen.
Okay. I think that's fair, right? So let's move on to the ratification of this document. Concerns and corrections to document page 1. Please, can we have the document projected? November. I believe we are going page by page, and when we reach the side of the, that's page 2. Page 1 is where we have University of Health and Allied Sciences, Students' Representative Council, the Electoral Commission. So when we move to page 2, we can deal with that. Okay. Thank you very much. I think the pages have been numbered. So that's why I said page 1. So we are following the numbering on the pages. No concerns. Concerns. Remember. Thank you very much. I, however, believe that since it's an official document, if any corrections or mistakes were made to the writing of the Student Representative Council or any spelling in there, it makes this document unofficial and hence cannot be approved by the House. Is it fair? Yes. Corrections and concerns, document page 2. Sorry. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable member, the CI, in its preparation, is fully. If you read the first paragraph, says that in light of the stipulations of Article 44 of the UHAS SRC Constitution, then we now outline the rules and regulations. Most of these rules, or let me say, a majority of them are from what you have as your document, the 10-page document. All of them are actually from the Constitution. Every single thing is from the Constitution. We as the Commission, what we do is that we add things that will help us to ensure that the task we have been given, we can be able to perform it to the maximum. So I think that's my answer to you.
Mr. Speaker in the House, I'll do at still standing, but then that I was blocking House-based candidates. Thank you. Sir, from Chapter 6, Article 44 of the UHAS SRC Constitution, the CI will be annexed to the Constitution as Schedule 7. Yes, sir. And if you are bringing us a CI, having stipulated clauses in the Constitution already in your CI, which will then be annexed to the same Constitution, isn't that a copy and paste?
Fair enough. Do you have any
I think there's a
point of correction, Honorable Member? Please, we only want just one person standing at every point. Thank you.
Even in national election, which is essentially what we are trying to be a replica or microcosm of here, we realize that the Constitution clearly outlines, the Constitution of Ghana clearly outlines who can be president. However, the EC also brings out a CI, which is passed through the right processes to ensure it comes to power. The fact that something is annexing what already exists does not mean that you cannot include what already exists. If you are annexing, you are adding up. And so this is the complete document for the elections we have, and not necessarily just the scanty bits that the EC...
Point of correction. Remember. And please, each member is allowed 2 chances to speak to any current topic on ground for discussion, so at least we can finish with the business of the House. So if you are making your submissions, please do your best to add up everything so that at least move on, because today we have to close very, very early today. Thank you very much. Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker in the House, thank you very much. From His Excellency submission, he said annexed really doesn't mean you add what is existing
Honorable members, since I believe this is a matter of constitutionality, does the House approve that we send this CI to the CJ so that at least he gives us a clarification on this? When it comes to annexation, from what has been done every year, from what I see in the Constitution, right? Let's take NUC's executives. The criteria for NUC's executive is separated from that of the president, right? It's also different. So the duty of the EC is to look through the Constitution and get us a complete document stating the eligibility for our aspirants, right? You understand? Because if you look in somewhere around Article 90 of our Constitution, around Article 90, that states things about the NUC's elections, right? It has something like that. So if you get what he's saying, he brought what is in there for NUC's into the CI, creating a complete document for our eligibility. You understand? So the document or the CI is to give us a document or a governing instrument so that we can actually have a free and fair election in our SRC. Thank you very much.
Election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates, and election results. From the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates, and election results. From the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates, and election results. From the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS TV brings you a comprehensive live coverage of the UHAS SRC election 2023. With a team of reporters on the ground, we bring you the latest news and developments as they happen. From the candidates' profile to the voting manifesto, debates, and election results. From the campaign trail to the ballot box, we have got you covered. This is your election center. Get ready for the biggest political event of the year. UHAS TV brings you a comprehensive Get ready for
think it's is it Joshua Selman this morning?
Block or all of us.
Yes. Okay.
The house, all said that when we are coming to UHAS, we didn't choose our hall of residence. We didn't choose. Okay. So if I came to meet someone who also resided in my hall of residence, and moving forward, I see or I find that that person is fit enough, or that person has the political skill that I need, or I feel like the person is the right person or has the knowledge that I need to help me achieve what I want to achieve. Why should that be a reason why I can't run with the person? Because the person didn't choose to be affiliated with that hostel. So I told on if it's a paper for deliberation, so I think that particular criteria should be looked at again. Please, that's your thought, but you need to put it in motion. So at least we can vote to it or something. Please, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our Dean of Students, Professor Judith Togo Anaman. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker in the House, I think there is a reason why it is there. That poster is there. I think it's for all inclusiveness. We want to include each hostel, each school, each campus. I get it. So if you are telling me you didn't choose the hall by yourself, and the school that chooses for you, grades too, I don't think we choose our own grades. So you realize you have to
Please, please, I'm coming. I believe this, as you said earlier, this is a document for deliberation. It's up to us to speak to it, and if you think changes should be made, you can table a motion that part of the document be removed, right? That's what we can do now. Else we'll be deliberating on this issue till like 8 p.m. And please, we don't have that time. Honourable Member.
The Speaker of the House, the Honourable is talking about all the procedures. I want to ask a question. So, for instance, we have a number of portfolios for Islam. So, assuming the president aspirant comes from one hostel, then we fulfill this clause each, then another. Then all the other aspirants are from the same hostel, which the CI doesn't frown upon. What is the inclusiveness that you are talking about today? So the inclusiveness doesn't really make a sound. I hope you get it. If we fulfill the each that the vice presidential aspirant is from a different hostel, then the other, the open, everybody is from the same hostel. What is the inclusiveness that we are talking about here?
Yes, so I think we really have such a situation currently in our SRC now. So I think that part of emotion can be moved anyway. So that part, because we have our general secretary and treasurer all coming from the same hostel. So if we are supposedly talking about inclusiveness, I think it's set up to us to move a motion for that change to be made. Please let me give chance to
Mr. Speaker. Please, I'd like to state clearly that with the other portfolios, it is not like the federal. We are talking about a president and his vice. They are basically running the office together. That's how we are looking at. So when we talk, we are actually keen on just the federal SRC position, and then that of the presidency, not the other portfolios. They are equally important. They also do very good work with the SRC and then with the student body. But we are looking at the presidency of the SRC.
Excellency.
Mr. Speaker in the House, Francis provincial SRC president. I think the House members are making a valid argument here. But from my point of view, I don't see this particular clause stated in the CI in the Constitution. Yes, what I'm only seeing is a student shall
he or she is attached to a core hostel, hall, or block of residence, I don't see a part that prevents a presidential candidate and the vice coming from.
Please, this is a schedule. It's supposed to be annexed. So if we approve it, it becomes part of our constitution.
Yes. So
for this electioneering year.
Thank you. It's a schedule yet. I think we should consider the views of.
Yes. And so a motion can be tabled.
Yes.
So if we can table a motion that we take out that part, that would be fair enough. All right. Now, member, still standing. Yes.
So I, Francis Dudo, provincial president, move a motion that the clause indicated by in the CI by the electoral commissioner be removed.
Please, it's not yet a CI, it's a draft.
By the draft, the clause stated in the draft presented by the electoral commissioner be removed. Thank you.
A seconder. Any amendments or counter motions? Remember.
Before I give my counter motion, I just like to get
So I think we are missing a bit of the perspective. I get the different arguments being posited. However, we need to understand that this is a federal presidency and vice presidency. They are two in one. Even in our Supreme Constitution of Ghana, in Article 57, it states clearly, it distinguishes the president and the vice president from all other portfolios, because these are the people that are going to be, in effect, heading the entire administration. And so perhaps in some form of equity, diversity, and inclusion policy, they sought to ensure that maybe there was not too much collusion or something of the sort, and hence such a regulation. My counter motion is that I move for this particular clause, which is Article H, to still be retained in this CI, to foster the diversity, inclusion, and equity that I believe was the basis of this clause. Thank you.
Any seconder? Excellency.
I, Adomatano Ebenezer, local NUX president, O chapter, move to second the motion raised by Honorable Roger Mascot Lutrot. Thank you.
Please, my clerks are of the view that you didn't address His Excellency properly. So please do that.
The Speaker, in this House, according to our standing orders, every parliamentarian is supposed to be addressed as honorable. So here, I am not His Excellency.
Thank you very much. That makes me... Please, let me go back to my standing orders. Because my standing order states that I decide the meaning . I don't have a copy, yes. Please, as I look for the part of my standing order, I'm still waiting for a seconder. You seconded? So we have two motions before the House, motion A and motion B. Motion A states that clause H. Please let me state the part of the CI very properly. Okay, so clause 1, subclause H be removed from the proposed constitutional instrument for this year's election. And motion B states that we maintain clause 1, subclause H of the proposed constitutional instrument. So with this, we'll be voting by the show of hands. Those in favor? So this is not a procedural motion. Those in favor? Honourable member.
Right Honourable and the House. Mr. Speaker, I think motions have been tabled, and the right thing to be done, in my view, is to allow those who table the motion to express themselves. And after that, the motion can be submitted.
Yes, so that's the normal practice. But as it stands now, members have already stated their points already, and I feel the House already has enough information on what they mean by the motion they tabled before the House. So, moving back to what I said earlier, those in favor of motion A, that the House removes clause 1, subclause H of the proposed constitutional instrument, do so by the show of hands. Marshall, how many do you have? 12. Those in favor of motion B, do so by the show of hands. The motion is that the House maintains clause 1, subclause H of the proposed constitutional instrument. Any abstentions? Danny, what do you have? 14.
14. 12.
So we had 12 is to 14 in favor of motion B. The motion carries. The House maintains the subclause in the proposed constitutional instrument. Any concerns or corrections to document page 3? Please, let's follow the pages. Still page 2. Honourable member. I think with this, the best person to give us his view on that will be the Chief Justice. So when we are done with this, we will move to that, right? The House will write a letter to the Judicial Council, which is yet to be sworn in, so that we deal with that. So as of now, any decision taken by the Judicial Council is defunct. It's wrong, because they've not yet been sworn in. Thank you very much. Honourable member.
I think.
Please, are you speaking to constitutionality?
Yes, please.
Or what?
Okay. So
if it's constitutionality, I believe we should move to the CJ or the Judicial Council so that they give us more clarification on that.
Okay, sure.
Because I don't want us to overstep our bounds.
Presented by the Electoral Commissioner, and I think he knows what is in the Constitution, and it's the same reason why he's presenting us. So he's here, and we can't wait to see the CJ for this interpretation. He's here. I think he.
No, but when it comes to interpretation, it's not in our duties to interpret the Constitution. And I'm not willing to be in contempt of our Constitution by giving interpretation to it.
I think he's here with us, and then he's going to run the elections. So he has gone through and is coming out with a CI. So he knows who an executive committee is.
Executive officer.
An executive committee officer.
No, executive officer.
Officer is.
Yes, please.
Very good. So he's here with us. If he gives an interpretation and we think we are not good enough with the interpretation, we can go ahead and ask the CJ to give us.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker.
You know, sometimes I get saddened when we look at situations in very obscure manner. Our constitution clearly states Federal Executive Officers Act. If you look at chapter 4 of our
Please, I believe when it comes to constitutionality, you have to move to our CJ. Thank you very much. Honourable Member, please have your seat. Thank you very much.
I'm expressing myself.
Yes, but it's a matter of constitutionality, and we are not willing to talk about constitutionality. It's up to the CJ to decide. Honourable Member, you are allowed to. Thank you.
So, if you look at chapter 4, article 18, Federal Executive Officers, there shall be 5 Federal Executive Officers, to wit, the President, Secretary, Treasurer, Women's Commissioner, elected under this Constitution, and the Vice President. So, I would like the House to take note of that it is clearly stated in the Constitution, those who are referred to as executive officers.
Please, what you stated was Federal Executive Officers. So we'll move on to the CJ to give us his clarification. Thank you very much. Any concerns? Any concerns, honourable members?
The Speaker in the House.
Yeah.
Please, we have the Electoral Commissioner here today to deliberate on the CI to be adopted for work during this electioneering process. If it's a wording mistake, he makes the correction here, and then we get to know what's wrong and what's good. Executive officers is not stated anywhere in the Constitution.
It's stated in Article 38.
Federal.
Go back and read it. That's why it's a matter of constitutionality. So I believe this House isn't here to debate on constitutionality. Thank you very much. We go by...
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Yes, please.
Please, I will kindly want to read the Article 38, another chapter.
I'm coming. Article 38 states...
Another chapter.
I'm coming.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Chapter 6.
Right, Honourable Speaker, chapter 38, clause.
It's chapter 6, article 38. Then you state the clause and the sub-clause. Thank you very much.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Please, I'm kindly asking of the clause.
Chapter 6, article 36, 38, clause. Yes, please.
I believe that today I am here to tell you why we have put all this together. Why every single detail is why it is in the CI, yet to be approved by me. And I feel that the conversation is leaving the front here just somewhere between you two. Let's have the dialogue. Let me explain things to you. Then we move along. Because one, I believe time is not on. You are students, right? So, the speaker before you speak, I say that not have held the position of executive officer under this constitution. Now,
Article 18 of the SRC Constitution tells us that there shall be 5 federal executive officers, talking about the federal executive. Then we move to Article 25, it tells you about the provisional executive officers. So for us, what we are stating is that these individuals that have been captured here, you should not be bad. Why? Because there are people who are in the school, they have more years, so they still have, the constitution allows them to run in an election. So if the issue that we talk about constitutionality, and then we are going to now subject to the CJ, it means that it is going to worry our workload. I want to be very sincere. And you know, even this house and this current administration is starting the issue of time. You have 2 days more to be processed. 2 days. So it will be very nice.
It's an expression.
It's an expression. I'm trying to tell you that you don't have time. You don't have time. Exactly. So if it is, we can move ahead. If anyone has any concern, they subject later as a petition or anything to the CJ and its office, then we can take it on from there. But if we are now coming to discuss as parliamentarians, as in what is law and what is not law, we may get it wrong.
If it's to the same thing.
For my choice of words to you as the honorable member here, but it looks like we are 6 minutes away from
the business of the day. Thank you very much. Honorable member.
I think the EC chair was making statements from, I didn't see your face right. I bet you will not go back and then you don't see what you say in the next minute you're going to ask. The minute you have been starting, I would say it's too spent for hours. So I bet you anything said they should be captured.
Okay. My class have taken due note of that. Is it to the same thing? But is it to the same?
Yes, please. Right Honorable Speaker in the House. From chapter 6.
Please, it's a matter of constitutionality. Honorable member, take your seat. Take your seat, honorable member. Honorable member, take your seat. I believe it's a matter of when the time gets there and there's such a thing, the CJ will come in and help us with that. The business of the day is that we go through this and approve. Do you have any particular concern on
the current issue?
honorable member? I'll come back to you. Yeah. Remember.
Honorable, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable President, thank you. As I said earlier, I'm saying that the more we continue doing the constitution thing and then the final says it will be subjected later, we will not get a headway. So I believe that what he's coming to do is just going to send us back to where we are coming from. The question was asked. It was a question that was asked. Who are these individuals? I believe that was the question the honorable member, that's the question you asked. Who the people are. So now, if I'm able to clarify for you, I believe that we move ahead, right? Mr. Speaker.
Corrections, concerns, document page 3. Remember.
Mr. Speaker, the House, I think going forward, we have to go point by point. Each point stated, we raise maybe point A. Does anybody have an agreement or a suggestion? So that we don't go back. While somebody will be at maybe point C and another person will take us to point A.
You have the floor.
The Speaker of the House,
this discussion amongst this house is just going to send us back and retrogress all the progress we are making. We are not going to move forward. So I believe you should continue in the manner you are doing it. When you go for even university meetings, you take it page by page. That's why the entire CI was read, right? So by the time it's being read, you are paying attention, you are noticing the parts. Otherwise, if we go point by point, I'm sorry, but I don't think we'll be finished with the CI by the end of the day. Again, with regards to things about constitutionality, there are arms of government that we all know, right from our basic government and social studies. We know that the judiciary is for interpretation of constitutional matters. So the CJ probably has done his homework and is here to present what he has for us. We listen to him. If there are any more concerns,
CJ, please, the CJ is not here.
then, sorry, the EC. If there are any more concerns, then we channel them to the chairman of the judicial board, and then we take it up from there. Because otherwise, if we are all to express our diverse opinions, I'm sorry, but we will not make headway. So please, let us all pay with the EC. Thank you.
Concerns, document, page 3. Still page 2. Page 2. Honorable member.
Right honorable member, right honorable speaker in the house. Please, the house is sitting to deliberate on what the EC is looking at. He clarifies it, he writes it down. That's what they are going to work with. That's why I wanted to read something from the Constitution, but you stopped me. If you permit me, I will go on it and then make my submission.
But thank you very much. Let us take note that whatever we posit here, right, whatever we agree to here, if there is a part of the Constitution that defeats it, that part of the CI becomes void, because our SRC Constitution reigns supreme. Are we all on the same page? So even if we write whatever he's saying, and there is something that happens, and there's a part of the Constitution that defeats our decision here, whatever we decide here on that part of the document is void. That's what our Ghanaian Constitution says, right? Thank you very much. Please move on. Yes, please.
Please, from the SRC Constitution, Chapter 6, Article 44, the Electoral Commission shall by constitutional instruments make rules and regulations for the effective performance of its functions under this Constitution or any other resolution of the SRC Parliament or any other resolution of the SRC Parliament. Such rules and regulations shall be annexed to this Constitution as Schedule 7. Right, Honorable Speaker, kindly, I want to end here. My submission I'm trying to make is that even though the Electoral Commission has its independence and will do his CI, but you bring it before this House for deliberation. At the end of the day, what this House puts on board is what works.
It's what the Constitution states that works.
I read it out.
Please.
Honorable members in this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But as I said earlier, our Constitution reigns supreme. And there is time for amendments of our Constitution. If we are making resolutions that are not in line with what is stated in our Constitution within the 5-year operationality of our Constitution, that resolution is void. I hope you all get that. That's what it is. That's why we have time for amendments. Honorable.
The Speaker in the House, I know very well the CJ is not a member of the House, but in matters like this, he was supposed to be here. Deem it appropriate to find out why the CJ is not here.
Please, the Constitution clearly states that the CJ will only be here during swearing in. So, sir. That's what Constitution states. There's situations where it's supposed to be here. As it stands now, we are not reading the state of the SRC's address. We are not swearing anyone in. Or the House, there's no deliberation that we had that we decided that maybe the CJ should come to us. So until that happens, there's no need for the CJ to be in the Parliament.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I, however, think that going forward in matters like this, where we have to make reference to the Constitution and make submissions, it is appropriate the CA always be called so that he can give his input in order to prevent having to go and come back. Perhaps this house, there's no time on our side and we'll see that get things done as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good submission. Corrections and concerns to page 3. Honourable member.
Right Honourable Speaker in the House. And first,
Continue.
This is a point of correction. Honourable member. Welcome to you.
It's just a humble suggestion. If it is done this way, it will help us so that most of the issues that come with our election UHAS would be properly controlled in a well-manageable manner. So that issues of the CI will be something that will be the facility and the new dispensation. Thank you.
Remember.
The Speaker of the House.
Justice.
Justice. Right submission. But that's his submission. We have the constitution that overrides it. And I think that going forward, notwithstanding what he has said, going forward, we should try as much as possible to set up the committee that he's talking about. But if we do it now, if you read chapter 6, article 37, clause 2, it says that the election of the executive officers shall be on the terms of secret, popular vote, and shall, subject to the provisions of this constitution, be conducted in accordance with the regulations as may be prescribed by the constitutional instrument issued by the Electoral Commission. In pursuit of this, nominations shall be open and appropriate forms made available in the third week. And we are in the second week. Next week is the third week of this semester. If we push it, or if we go by, I don't know when Parliament can meet again. If we are going to meet next week, the week has ended already, and we violate this clause in the Constitution. But notwithstanding, I think that we should take in consideration what he has said, so that when we have something like this, we can fast track it and then avoid it. Thank you.
44.
Because the part of the constitution you read itself, an error. In the sense that when you're talking about secret, I don't know, but it just came so that we all learn, because learning never stops. The simply popular voting is not something that we practice here in UHAS. If you say majority popular vote, fine. But in the US, Canada, and Australia, and Switzerland, it's just a correct.
Before you continue, my what do you call it? Submission is on the second sentence. But I wanted to read the whole article.
Yeah, so I think you later give us a report. He's the chairperson for a Constitutional Review Committee. When is that? I think you give a submission on that. On this, yeah, I think I'll send the report onto the page so at least we all peruse.
Yes, thank you.
I explained to the timing.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. The issue has been over the years legal issues. Those things that delay us. Legal issues, even with Parliament approval of budgets and other things. The first question we should be asking ourselves is, when does EC become EC in UHAS? The timing itself in the first place. So what time do we have to now prepare and then now come to Parliament? Now, with an issue about elections, I don't feel safe to say that I want to put it in an online form, as in have an online meeting or an online dialogue about it. So within the vacation, maybe somebody could say we could have done something, but Parliament was not in session. So we find ourselves not in Ghana, but in a school community and an institution which works with time, not so much time. So I believe that is the unfortunate thing we have here. That is what we face here, Mr. Speaker. And thank you so much. I believe that since we are all here, the process that you are doing, you would involve that one, and then we'll have a headway. Thank you. If you can think, I'm done.
Still page 2.
Right, Honorable Speaker in the House. Kindly, I first to talk about the clause J, not on page 3 about that. Coming back to it. So, Mr. EC, how do you term your clause J as a criteria?
Please, your statement isn't clear. The criteria.
So, Mr. EC,
yes.
How do you term your clause J as a criteria?
It's a proposed criteria, I guess.
So I'm asking why.
Okay, you want to know the reasoning behind.
Why does it deem it a criteria?
Okay.
All right. Before I explain to you why it's a criteria, let me bring it into maybe let me break it down into simple language. Whatever we are saying in J is that. Let me even read it first before I break it down for you. So, any action deemed to be inconsolable and requires disqualification to a presidential candidate affects his or his vice president and vice versa. So, what we are saying is that in the course of the election or the process, if A falters, that's presidency. If A falters, it affects A plus. Or in the same, if A plus, that's the president, it affects A. That's what we are saying. It's very simple as that.
So, what actions are deemed inconsolable?
I do not have so much time to list actions that are inconsolable. Then I have to now send you back to the criteria and the requirement that I give. I think there are some there that, if you, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, E says that E of the one says not be adjudged or otherwise declared to have misappropriated funds or caused loss of cash or property.
And then we are saying in J that specifically for the presidency, if whoever you are going with as your vice president has any issue as E, it affects whatever you are coming with. That's what we are saying. Suppose you have finished filling the forms, and we find out this later that your vice president or it affects the two of you. That's what we are saying. It's as simple as that.
Right Honorable Speaker in the House.
If I swear an oath as a speaker, what am I?
And then I will read out the clause J.
If you swear an oath as a married man, what are you? A married man. If you swear an oath as a sheep,
the clause J really qualifies
that.
to be a criteria.
Check Article 90. It says if he swears an oath as a judge officer, that
So
means
from
he gets
clause
officer.
E,
Yoruba.
not adjudged or otherwise declared to have misappropriated funds or caused loss of cash or property.
Mr. Speaker.
Clause J.
Honorable member, before you continue, I think that it's a bit of a brouhaha here. You realize that there's a note at the top. It says that the eligibility criteria for the Federal SRC President also applies to the Vice President as stated in Article 60, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution of this nation. So the J basically, if the issue is that the J is looking as a point under our one, we are fine. We can just delete it for you. So yes, so but just know that the reason it's being bolded there is because we want to state it clear that it's one of the things we look at throughout our process, coming in consideration to presidents and their vice. Thank you.
Welcome.
That's what he's saying. He can delete it from.
No, not delete the entire clause. Pardon me. It is lettered J, and then if you are doing your reading, you realize that there's an I and then a J comes in. So that is where his problem is coming from. He doesn't have a problem with what is written. It is the lettering or that I believe that is what he has a problem with. Welcome.
Please, I'll come back to you. Honorable Philemon.
Inconsolable and required qualification to a presidential candidate affecting vice president and vice versa. Now, if we ask the EC here to list what actions we are talking about, I don't think we can do that as of now. I think these actions, they are subject to delay. Some are unpredictable. So I think when they say any actions here, I think it covers all those unpredictable actions that, say, in the course of campaign or in the course of betting, anything might happen, and that action which maybe a candidate might be involved in, that particular action at that point in time might make the candidate invalid. And I think this shouldn't be even an area for deliberation at all.
Any other concerns to document 3? Honorable Portia. Yeah.
I believe we can all look back to what happened during His Excellency's days, when we were just left about 2 days for elections, and the vice came out not vicing again. So you see, if we should give him the chance to give us the list of the things that might compel, he might omit something. And I think based on those things, that is why we decided that, or the commission decided that this time they put that clause there, so that it will guide the aspirants as to you not just getting out to support somebody a day or two, and then you come out to say, I'm no longer supporting, and it's going to affect the main one. So if we should give him the mandate or force him to bring out certain criteria, and then somebody does something that is out of that list, but it's also against the rules, are we going to say that that person should just still go through? But at least we, the normal human beings, we know the things that when you flout, you still fall into that rule. So that is what informed those decisions. So we shouldn't give them that headache to go listen.
Any other concerns or corrections? Honourable member. I don't know why he has it. Please, honourable members, please, before I come to you, such documents are very important documents. Let's be careful how we share them. Last year, not to disrespect you in any way, honourable member Adom leaked. Please let me finish. Honourable member, I don't know. It was alleged that honourable member leaked certain information from the parliamentary page, which an anonymous solicitor could have cost him his membership of the parliament, right? But please, when we have documents, that's why they've been projected here, right? Oh, please, I'm coming. Please, is it to what I said about you? Please, I'm sorry. I take it back. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So if there's a document and we state that when we share documents on the page or communiques, we state that please share with your constituents, right? Nothing like that was added to this document. So please, let's respect the house we are in and the pages we are on. Thank you very much. Please, want us to add one.
The Speaker of the House, the constitution we have guiding the SRC administration. I think students are supposed to be included, or students are supposed to be invited when it comes to parliament. So that information, students got it from that perspective that they were supposed to be here and they were not here. So it got to them so that they can also.
Please let us know that we have the sittings to. We'll get back to that later. Let's please back to your submission.
I hope that we are not assuming that it is only members of this house that the CI is going to affect.
Oh, no, we're not assuming. Oh, please, is anyone assuming that?
No.
Yes.
If that is the case,
yes, please.
Having access to the documents is paramount. All right. So it's not even clear. If you look at
Mr. Speaker. Please,
it's not so clear because it's.
Please, can you move it to page 3 down for him?
Okay. The B, it actually talks about students signing their nomination form, right? If that is the case, you are saying that a student should not sign a nomination form for two different candidates. How will a candidate know that this form has been signed by a student from
You always ask. Please, let him finish with his submission.
He's talking to me. Allow him.
Please, continue with your submission.
And then your people are.
Please, I'm coming.
So then, if an aspirant submits coming up. Is that page 4? Okay. Yeah, page 4 starts from here. Please, this is the beginning of page 4, please. Mr. Speaker.
Consensus of corrections, document page 5.
Page 4.
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
I've read it out already. I've read it already. Page 4 talks about betting. Betting.
Talks about betting.
Yeah.
It's talking about the signing. There should be signing.
You're referring to page 3. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so it should be signed by your HOD and the dean of students. I want to clarify, for those in corporate accounting, I'm not sure in the able to come to go for the dean of students to sign. So I don't know if it can be changed to me with the dean of students. So that the dean of
Please, let us take note that there are fundamental laws. Our SRC is operating under the Office of the Student Affairs. So it is just fair that if you are going to run for an office under my supervision, I know what you are going for. I believe that's and I understand your point in me, that people in Hawaii may not get the chance to come here. So what proposition do you have to deal with the problem? That's the question, right?
All right. Let another one come.
The Speaker in the House, right, Honorable Speaker, I do understand your point of view, but let's not also be, insensitive in a way that there's a lot of pressure on the innocence, and having to put all aspirants in that stress of traveling up and down to the innocence, going today and not meeting her, having to go again and again and again. I think it would be appropriate we consider the dean of the various schools to endorse it for them. And once that is done, HOD, dean of the school affairs, the dean will be okay and will appreciate that. I think this is even going to be more of a burden to them. Imagine we have about 50 aspirants. Thank you.
Remember, the submissions you make. So, as I said earlier, once you make your submissions, and you feel there should be a change, a motion can be made, corrections can be made to the president.
The Speaker of the House, at the matter of the legislature, I think regarding to this same issue last year, those who started from the dean of students office were asked to come back to their dean of schools office. So I think that portion can be taken. If our HODs are signed, I think it's good enough.
Can I now?
So, the Speaker, I, as a matter of the believer, move the motion that
Yes. Honorable Adoma, I think that the question we should be asking is, why did the dean send students back to their respective HODs? for their recommendation letters first. Because if your HOD does not give you a good recommendation, the dean cannot give you a good recommendation. We've thought about this. Somewhere last year when it happened, I happened to serve in the administration. So what we did, we reached out to the dean, came to a consensus. She agreed that HODs could work out for some people, not all. So number one, let's not think for the dean and her office. Let's not think for her and her office. Because an issue was raised about the number of students. Let us not think for them. Now, our reason is simple. We want you to work with your HODs first, as in your department first, and then the dean now gives you the final recommendation. If after you send it to her and then she's still not, we know that your HOD, then we get in touch with her to find out. Leave that part of the work to who needs to do the work. I think the local news is doing very well, so let's continue in that regard. Thank you.
The answer wasn't yes, that wasn't yes. I don't think it was about the timing. The dean wasn't concerned about the timing.
She told you she was not concerned.
But I think he was in the office. I think it's because he didn't know us, and it's our HODs
That is why I'm saying that. So if your HOD is able to say, I know you, and gives you a good recommendation, the dean only gives you a better one. So we want those documents. We need those documents from the dean as well as your HODs. No problem. Feel free.
Mr. Isi, can you tell us the reason why we still have to get that?
Okay, thank you. I mentioned that one, your head of department is somebody you are under, right? So they know you better. You are going to work with the dean at the end of the day as an executive officer. So getting a recommendation for her, I feel should be a plus to you as an aspirant. You are getting her to know you in the first place. However, we believe that because you'll be working level-headedly with the management level, if she gives you a recommendation, she's trying to say that you are fit to work there with them. Please, do you understand? Do you understand? Do you get my point?
From what you're saying, what then deals with the subjectivity from the point of view of student? Meaning that she's allowed to decide who...
If you put it that way, then we have to also question the part of the dean, the HODs as well. No, we are saying that at the end of the day, you are going to work with these people. So, yes. And then, however, last year, when it happened, I don't know for you, but some of the aspirants did not get their recommendation. We spoke with her. So she said, oh, they can go ahead with HODs and their deans from their respective. And then we ended it that way. And I'm saying that we shouldn't think for her. Maybe this year, she's more interested in what we are doing. And she has time for EC or election issues. So let's not think for her. If you feel it's wrong, I think there is a process to go by. We can just move it out. Whatever the house is, we are fully in.
I think it's fair. Emotional.
What I have to say about this, can we include the deans of the various schools such that it becomes the HOD is required, and then we have the dean of students or the dean of schools, so that it will solve all these issues.
Honorable member, over here I can't put a motion before you, so I think that you do the needful and we proceed, please.
Before you do your motion, I'm just thinking, right, that if, from what you see, we should know we are operating under a point. So I think it's just fair that she signs. But anyway, a motion can be moved to decide that the emotion can be moved or table to deal with that. But I feel it is just right that we include her in our electioneering process. Else once a problem comes, you assume she didn't know about it. Right? And you can't do anything to her. Honestly. But I understand the concerns. But let's find a way around it so that we don't sideline the team. Because I think from what I've read right now, that
doesn't relate. I mean, I don't come in. We
So
are not
I
proposing
think
constant
the wording should be changed from recommendation.
Exactly.
To make it better. Let's look for a better way. Replace recommendation.
Exactly.
But before I recommend you, that means I need to know you personally. So let's change.
What word?
If there's a better way.
I just made a point and I'll follow it up. Right Honorable at the House, I, Francis, the whole provincial SRC President, move a motion that that clause presented in the CI should be changed to recommendation from one of the head of department and the dean of school instead of dean of students. Thank you.
Any second that?
I am signing the provincial secretary of the province. I rise to second the motion moved by the honorable provincial president. Thank you.
Please, when we are spelling motions, let's listen to the motion and also state the motion, right? Because you can't just say what motion
I second the motion that the clause that states that we should acquire recommendation from the dean of students be made or be adjusted to recommendation from head of department and the dean of school. Thank you.
second that. Any amendments or counter motions? Counter motion or amendment?
I would like to amend the motion moved by the honorable member that instead of it being the HOD and the dean of the school, it should be the HOD, the dean of students, or the dean of the school, so that it will be as though the dean of students is out totally.
Please, do you accept the amendment? Accept the amendment. And please, do you accept the amendment to the motion seconded?
Yes, please.
Yes. So amendment to the motion. No, else if see, the purpose is that once I
ask a question, then if you cut off guard.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker. So let me just answer.
So, but you can decide not to go to the specifics of the person, which we agree. But maybe I'll bet you on what do you call it, current affairs. So what if a panelist asks a nominee a question that maybe he might need to present a document on it, or he might need to the aspirant that held a position, there's a question, an issue that has risen and he's following up on it, and the nominee must present something in support of his answer. Will you send the nominee out to go and bring it, or how will you go about it in that instance?
I really wish I would not answer, but yes. One, so with a case like that, I think it's a vetting. We do an entire process. When we are done, we sit on it. The current president of the SRC, there was an issue that was brought up when he came into the room concerning a fund issue when he was a class rep, I think level 100. So he was in level 400 when the issue popped up again. When we finished the vetting, we didn't end it there. We had to look for documents, get in touch with the committee that sat on the issue to get the report. Before finalizing that, okay, fine, this is done, this is fine. Do you understand? So we don't declare you qualified or disqualified immediately after the vetting. There's a process that we go through. So the vetting does not just end in the room, so to say. It does not end just in that room.
Following up. If you read your findings, the nominee in question is not present to maybe express his views about the findings.
Honorable member, I mentioned that there was a committee that sat on that issue. So they came out with a report to even allow. So if you permit me, so the issue happened level 100 when he was going for treasurer for his association. That was when the issue popped up. So there was a committee set up to even clear him to even get there. And the same thing that when he came out here, we gave him the opportunity to speak, but we didn't let it just end as just the word of his mouth. You understand? We went ahead to get in touch with that committee. It was headed by yes, that we got that one to verify his claims or his whatever he said during the vetting before we even brought out a vetting result. So if over there we had seen that there were inconsistencies with what he said, we would have just let it be.
However, Speaker of the House it has to do with the vetting of the aspirant.
Okay.
Thank you so much. According to the vetting, page 4, I don't see any of the clauses that states, I don't know, I wanted to find out. Last year, I think there was a committee set up to vet those who vet the aspirants. Do you remember something like that?
Yes. So let me just quickly clarify that. Okay. Per the Constitution, vetting committee, what's the name? The formulation. It's very beautiful. 8-member committee. Some from Parliament, student populace, as well as 2 reps from the EC, the chair, and then the first deputy, or any of the deputies. Then we make up an 8-member committee, even with the legal advisor being part of that. The people that were vetted were students from the student populace, in quotes, student populace. The people that come from Parliament, you parliamentarians agree that they should go and represent you. So the people that are vetted, there are just about 3 or 2 people that come to join that number. That's the clarification for that one. Hope you are fine.
Of public transport. So I think the conversation at hand somehow, should I say, may not be up to us, because currently we have only 2 members of the vetting committee as stipulated by the Constitution, because that is the EC who is the chair of the committee and the legal advisor. meaning we have 6 other people who may agree or disagree with whatever we decide. Okay, so what I suggest is that we make a recommendation of what to decide, because as we are here, it's basically up to the 8-member committee to decide what they want to do. That 8-member committee has not even been formed for us to say what they are doing is right or wrong. So I think what we should do is make a recommendation. And I think what the honorable member said is laudable, that we should actually give areas. However, it does not mean that questions will be taken from only those areas. If I tell you I'm going to ask you a question on logical reasoning, it does not necessarily mean I'm telling you the question. This is to say that sometimes I think there have been scenarios where people are asked questions that are basically questionable. The question itself is questionable. Okay, and I mean, it's checks and balances. We should look at the fact that we don't want to necessarily give the vetting committee too much power to just do anything. And we should also just look at the fact that these are aspirants as well. And if we are not too careful, someone may go somewhere and say that this is what you told me you were going to ask me. Therefore, I prepared in that light. So we should look at the boundaries and borders of this issue, that we are trying to safeguard between two things: controlling what the vetting committee is going to do and not abuse their powers as a committee. And the fact that people may be asked questions that are not proper, and the fact that they may come later to say that I was told I'll be asked A, B, C, D, and now you're asking me a question that is from F. Thank you very much.
Consent.
Yes, on the vetting of aspirants. But if you want me to, I can.
Consent correction, page 5. Remember.
He or she is able to maintain a score of at least 80%. Personally, I suggest that we change it from qualification and disqualifications to recommendations. I think it would be best that the 8-member committee will recommend an aspirant to the student populace rather than just the 8-member committee, like disqualifying someone who might be the students, like someone the students wants to push, and then just 8 people sitting there and they'll say they've disqualified the person. I suggest we change it to recommendation so that it wouldn't be qualification and disqualification.
Please, I'll come back to you, but let's allow our EC to respond to submission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker of the House. Honorable Member. So I think the conversation is moving very nicely from criteria for the vetting as well as where we are now, the mark, or what we should do after vetting. We vet you on knowledge on UHAS SRC Constitution, and you do not know it. You want to be SRC President. Please. If we are recommending someone who gets 33 points, so we were just like not recommended, and the person at the end of the day has popularity, they just go like that, and it affects the sanity of the SRC, not just at our level as a student, but at the management level as well. We vet you on a lot of things, even how you put your document, if you're able to structure, speaking good English, those things count. So for recommendation, we as EC, maybe for this very administration, we do not wish to recommend anybody. We'll disqualify you and we'll qualify you. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker in the House. Yes, Honorable EC Boss, I do understand your submission on the qualification and disqualification. But then I think the 80% mark is too high. And we shouldn't expect every leader to be an A student. 80 in our setting is an A. So if you have a leader who is probably B student, meaning he's not qualified to lead.
Honorable, if I may, thank you for that. You read that and go back to, please, I can go back to page 3 for me. It says the criteria for the vetting shall be determined by the vetting committee. By the vetting committee. This 80% here, at the end of the day, committee sits down. So that's why you can make recommendations as at this time. When they come, do you understand?
Okay. Right, Honorable Speaker in the House.
And then I just wanted to add to it that when you talk about 80% in our setting, it may not be the A you are giving it may not be the A in maybe when it comes to the vetting committee. Do you understand?
So, well, follow up in a way. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think it would be fair the percentage be reduced. I'm saying so because if you are putting 80% to the House, each and everyone or any member of the House is allowed to interpret it how he sees it. We wouldn't be part of the 8-member panel to know that your 80% is this. So my suggestion is the EC, together with its team, should reduce the percentage, still having their vetting criteria in mind.
Please, thank you very much. Before we move on, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Stephen Hakim, President for Wisconsin International University, SRC, is in our presence. And Right Honorable Pegita Agunadobofu, Speaker for the 4th Parliament of ATU SRC. You're welcome. Please, I think I saw Honorable Akutu's hand first, so let me go. Hey, please, and his legal advisor is outside. Thank you very much.
I think this issue of reducing the 80% is not valid because this is a cut-off point that has been set by the vetting committee that we in some way somehow have accepted that are the representative of the interest of the whole student populace. So if this vetting committee have decided that they want the person to be above 80%, it's in somewhere
Point of correction, Honorable Frederick.
Yeah.
The vetting committee hasn't been set yet.
Yeah, it hasn't been set yet.
We can make the changes. When it goes to where
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But then, what I'm saying is, if we want to reduce our standards, I don't think that's going to help us very far. Reducing our standard to...
Point of correction.
Yes.
Honorable
The Speaker of the House. I don't think it's a standard we want to reduce here. We are not reducing standard. Because if you get an A and I get a B and we all pass out, we are all going to education. And it's not about you getting an A in the course and
to an extent it is, because what I know is not exactly what you know. Yes, we are going to work in the same hospital, but then
let's maintain order in the house. Let's maintain order in the house.
I suggest,
please. Yours was a point of correction. So sit down. After that, we go to his.
I think that we should maintain the 80%. Honestly, reducing the 80% is not valid, in my opinion.
Order in the house. Honorable Delali.
So I think there's a lot of thinking for people here and assumptions being made. Let me explain. Has any of you ever written an exam for me before? No. Are you sure you can get 51? No, it's a genuine question. That is the thing. That is the thing. You know, the pass mark for medical school is 50 plus 1. But do you wonder why it's difficult? So the point is not about reducing the mark. Even if the pass mark is 40, you can still fail. It is not about the mark. I think the point is that we have to be reasonable and do what is right. I mean, the idea of going back, if the mark is 60, some people will eventually still fail or may fail. In fact, maybe everybody will pass. Even if the pass mark is 90, it's possible that everybody will pass. It actually depends on the people sitting on the committee and how they assess things. So there's a lot of, like I said, thinking for people, because whether the pass mark is 50 or 60, you don't know what's all right, and you do not know how I assess people. What is the baseline is that if I think you are qualified, I'll definitely write a mark above 80 for you. If I think you are not qualified, I'll definitely write something. I think that should be the import of the whole conversation. I don't think we should run along the lines of the actual mark itself, because in a lot of places, 50 is actually a very difficult mark to get. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Point of correction to what you said.
Mr. Speaker of the House, I would like the...
Please, who are you?
I am Solomon J. Boatin, the Programs and Project Committee Chair. And I would like to make a correction which should, if accepted, be effect in the clerk's report. The legal advisor mentioned that if those sitting on the panel thinks you qualify, if per the standards they are using, you qualify, I would like that to be corrected. Sure. If per the standards they are using, you qualify, then you can get the 80 plus. And if per that standards you don't qualify, you will get less than that. Not per the individuals. Perhaps some of them might be emotional voters, and then per the statement somebody will make reference to this, that the legal advisor on this day said this. So if the legal advisor will accept this, it should be corrected in the clerk's records. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have the honorable, I'll come to you.
You need to accept the thing.
Are you going to?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Honorable Daniel.
Concerning my issues is concerning the 80% mark again. So with the 80% mark, honestly speaking, it's high. Trust me.
It's what?
It's high.
Okay.
Yeah.
But please, I'm sorry. Last year you met the 80 criteria.
Oh, I met, but.
Don't worry.
So please, let's move a motion. This has been a practice. If we feel it should be reduced, let's move a motion that we reduce it to a different figure. Then we move on. Right. Honourable members. Order in the house. Order in the house.
Okay. The Speaker of the House.
Honourable Juliet.
The Speaker of the House.
I can hear you.
I think most of us here are getting my submission very wrong. It's high. Like, it's not that the 80 is out of 200. It's 80 out of 100. And then it's high. Getting an A is high. Someone will say that this is not a matter of A or B, but like if you construct it in that way, it's like grading it like the system that we use here. So what I suggest is that this is my suggestion, is that the 80% will be reduced to 70, so that at least
in a motion.
Okay, then I, Daniel Poku Jemfi, Whole Provincial SRC Treasurer, move a motion that the 80% should be reduced to 70%.
Any seconder?
Honorable, I'm here with SCI giving you reasons why things are. I didn't get your reason why it should be reduced, please. Why should it be reduced? Just that it's high. I don't understand. It's high. How?
You don't understand why it should be reduced?
No, you are saying it should be. Why? There is no reason. You are just saying it should be reduced. Why should it be reduced?
Yes, that's why I'm saying that it's high. It's high, so it should be reduced.
Okay, please.
Or do you have a reason why it should be at 80?
I don't remember. There's a motion before the House. We need a seconder. Then we move on with the business of the House. A seconder. a second first before counter motion.
Mr. Speaker, if he says that the 80 is okay, like, do you have a reason why it should be at?
Please, you've tabled the motion. Let's ask for a seconder, okay? So that at least we can move forward. A seconder. Honourable member.
Right, Honourable Speaker in the House. I rise to second the motion moved by the Honourable member that the pass mark be reduced to 80. Be reduced to 70. That the pass mark be reduced to 70. Thank you.
Any amendments or counter motions? Honourable Solomon.
Mr. Speaker of the House. My name is Solomon J. Boatin, the Programs and Project Committee Chair. The issue on board.
Are you moving a counter motion?
I will move, but I would like to.
Okay.
We have to get understanding. So, the issue on board. See, after this one may also rise. 2.5. The cutoff point for the CGPA should be brought to 2.5 for federal executive officers. Every leader here who deems it so fit that they want better to be done for people of higher standards than. So I'm somehow ashamed in. Please let me make my.
I'm surprised.
I was thinking it was come to say we should raise the standards, because if you don't think that you pass, it means that is the only thing that will make you bring a submission that we should reduce it, because you think the 80 that got you there was not a legit 80, because you got that 80 and you are delivering. So I rise to move a counter motion that the standard should be maintained or better adjusted to a higher number. Thank you.
A seconder.
Federal SRC President, I second the motion made by Honorable Chair of the Programs and Projects Committee that the 80% be maintained or better yet increased. Thank you.
Please, before we vote on the two motions, I'd like to give His Excellency Stephen Hakeem, since he's a law student and is visiting us. I think we should give him the opportunity to give us insight on what he thinks about the current matter on board.
Okay. The Chair, the House. Thank you very much for the honor done me. I respond to Hakeem Enyan Stephen, SRC President for Wisconsin International University College, a former speaker for my university. So I have seen that you are arguing front and back, but it's actually a nice thing though. But I would want us, since we want to do what is right as student leaders, I always want us to refer you to the Constitution. I don't know your SRC Constitution, however, I believe that your Constitution takes reference to the Ghanaian Constitution and the Ghanaian laws. Right, so let's zoom into the Constitution of Ghana, Article 11.7. That is subsidiary legislation. Now, when you go to, if anybody who has the Constitution can go through, Article 11 states the laws of Ghana. And then subsidiary legislation is also a law of Ghana. Now, subsidiary legislation include CIs, LIs, SIs. That is CI is what? Constitutional instrument, LI legislative instrument, and the SI. Now, the spirit and the ambit of the law is that we believe that certain group of people have the expertise to do certain laws. Therefore, per the Ghanaian laws, we don't debate CIs. You either adapt it in a whole or you reject it in a whole. Now, let me give you examples. CI 97 that we used in election, anybody who follows Ghanaian elections and all, you will see that when CIs comes to Parliament, either you make inputs, you make recommendations to the Electoral Commission. They have the power to do the CIs. Then they go home, do their corrections, take all the recommendations together, box it together, bring it to Parliament. Either you accept it in a whole or reject it in a whole. Now, Electoral Commission has the supreme power. They are independent body to conduct the election. So they bring the regulations. Now, when you look at even mining laws, aside election, mining, we have LI 2173. That is being done by the Minerals Commission to govern mining in Ghana. Aside the Act of Parliament that we know that is done, Act of Parliament awards parliamentarian debate on it. That is the originating law. But the legislative instruments and all those things, Electoral Commission comes and they have the insight to it. Now, there's another issue being argued about. I can make a budget, let's say, a cut of 10. And if you will not pass, you will not pass. That's something we also look at it. If you want to learn, I always say you learn and you learn right. So that's what I just wanted to put together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, there are two motions. As he said, we are not even supposed to debate on this, but so that no one says they brought CI to my house, and because I want to delay elections, I am straight away. We are debating on it. Thank you very much. We have two motions before the house. So per commercial, we're supposed to set it out, but we are being lenient. Okay, so at least we follow the spirit of and what is stated in our constitution, right? So, honorable members, there are two motions before the House. Motion A states that we reduce the qualification percentage from 80 to 70. Motion B is that we maintain 80 or furthermore 70 to 90 or more. Those in favor of motion A, do so by the show of hands. We are all. Those in favor of motion B, do so by the show of hands. 1, 3, 4. Do a 4. Please, are you counting? Any abstentions? Motion carries in favor of motion B. 18 to 4. Concerns and corrections to document
Page 5.
Page 5.
No, 5. It's still 5. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member.
Right honourable Speaker in the House. I'm Adi Manuel Chia, personal representative. The House, the disqualification of an aspirant is scheduled in Chapter 6, Article 38 of this Constitution of ours. Though it also gives room to the Electoral Commission to make a CI, which will be scheduled to Schedule 7. Thank you. Looking at page 5, is the House going to agree to this CI for aspirants to be disqualified if they do not make the mark of 80%, even though they fulfilled all other clauses in the Constitution and other provisions from the Electoral Commission?
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Honourable Sonam representative. I think that we just went through a vote. We just had a vote.
The vote was that we maintain.
No, but the first question he actually was posing is that we change it from disqualification to recommendation. Honourable member, that was what he said.
My submission is not about bringing out the...
No, I'm listening to something. He said earlier that instead of us saying we disqualify or qualify people, we should say that we are recommending and not recommending people. That was what he said. That was the first argument he brought in. And then he went on to say that if so, we should even reduce the pass mark or the cut-off point. Do you get the whole thing now? Okay.
But for my submission, I'm not talking about the EC recommendation or the EC bringing out the pass mark. My point is that here lies the case where the individual has fulfilled all the clauses in Chapter 6, Article 38.
What do you then talk about the CI? What then is the CI?
Sir, please, will you allow me to? Sure. And also, this individual, there are other provisions in your CI which the individual has also fulfilled. Here lies the case where the vetting committee is having a criteria. You said you will be having a criteria. Am I lying?
Yes, we will have it.
And you also have a criteria where the individual needs to fulfill. That's the first page of the document you are having. Yes. So here lies the case where the vetting committee with the individual fulfilling all provisions. That's your first page.
I think, don't say all. Do not say all. Do not use the word all. Sir, the CI. Let me take you back to the first page. Let me take you back to the first page.
Spencer, please allow him to finish the submission. So
when he reads it, I'm sure he will be fine. Says that in light of the stipulations of Article 44 of the SRC Constitution.
Please allow him to finish.
Yes, with the individual fulfilling all provisions, and then the individual comes for vetting, and the individual does not make the pass mark of 80. They have it here that notes.
You will disqualify, yes.
Notes. An aspirant shall be deemed qualified. An aspirant shall be deemed qualified if he or she is able to obtain a score of at least 80%. Where is this note? It's under vetting of aspirants. Am I lying?
Yes, please. No, I'm lying.
It's under vetting of aspirants. And your note is even in bolding italics. Am I lying?
Meaning I'm talking to you.
Yes, I get it. So an aspirant shall be deemed qualified under vetting.
Yeah, you get it. So get your point.
Yes. Aspirant shall be deemed qualified if he or she is able to obtain a score of 80 of at least 80%. And here lies the case where all your other provisions that can disqualify the individual. Then the individual has fulfilled all provisions.
No.
And now under vetting, say, you see, how do they call it? We had court cases arising from such issues.
Yes, and rulings were given to that. So I believe, if anything, the right people to go to will be there.
So today the CI is before us for us to deliberate and give recommendations. You see, and if the issue is even from the Constitution, this house is the house that makes and obeys laws.
No, but we can't do more than is stated in the Constitution. We can't do more than is in the Constitution.
This is the house that makes and obeys laws.
Yes, but until you right now here you has, just so we know students, right? I can become a SRC president, and I know this part of the Constitution will worry me. So if I know I can change that part and let it work for me, I'll change it. So to deal with that, that's why there's always that kind of 5-year timeline that we make amendments, and the amendment has started.
Sir, there is a difference between amendments and constitutional review.
Yes, but right now what you are stating would be against what is already stated in the Constitution.
What I'm stating, I'm talking about amendments. I'm not talking about constitutional reviews.
Constitutional reviews come about. Amendments come about after constitutional reviews.
Sir, this house here today can make amendments.
No, but per our constitution, we are not allowed to do that. I don't remember.
I can read it out to you.
Yes, that's the duties of the Parliament, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
From chapter 14.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you.
So your submission is that part be changed? That you think is too much?
It's too much, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll take another submission. Honorable Frederick, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I think in our initial deliberations, you were stopping us from going too much into the constitution.
Yeah.
And this issue is not about the CI. This issue is from the constitution. The chapter 6, article 46 plus C is saying that the vetting committee shall have the power to disqualify any candidate. So if we have issue with the power given to the vetting committee, we shouldn't attack the CI because the constitution gives them the mandate to do so. So we should go first to the constitution rather than so we can't really do any amendment to it now as Mr.
Speaker.
Please, number 6.
Yes. Then also, Honorable Etia, one thing you need to know is that this document is in whole to everybody who is coming as an aspirant. You will not take one and then let it work for you and leave the rest. I hope you understand. It's a full document. That's why mine is even binded. Yours is even in a document. It's put together. Do you understand? Then, so I was trying to tell you that it says that the EC hereby outlines the rules and regulations as the guiding principles of the election. It is not just eligibility only. Everything applies to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Document page 6. Are you speaking to the same? I think we've already. So, document page 6. Corrections and concerns.
Is the reading of manifesto okay?
Oh.
It's on 5 though.
On 5, yes, but it's moved to.
Okay.
It moves to page 6 too.
No problem.
So, with the reading of manifesto, do we have any concerns with that?
I don't think
Page 6. Concerns.
Please, I'm moving up to the next item.
Campaign process.
And that's the one nobody said anything. So the withdrawal.
Please, I have a question. I'm sorry, but please, we've noticed that in years past, because certain individuals are running for offices, they take the opportunity to destroy university property. Because we were all, when we came to level 100, we all saw how beautiful the auditorium was. Getting to third year, the whole structure was like, the whole thing was destroyed. It had flyers all over. Is there a way around that? And a friend told me that he wanted to hang a banner somewhere, and he was told to go to Works and Housing first. Please, and you're also saying that if I don't paste flyers or hang anything around, I may be disqualified. So what is your CI doing about that?
Okay.
Are you going to talk to Works and Housing on behalf of the aspirant for this time period, or they have to go there and ask for permission themselves? So we deal with that.
Right, Honorable. Thank you for your question. Okay, so this is an institution that runs on rules and regulations. There is an office in the school that whatever you want to put somewhere in the school, you have to go and meet somebody. We are saying that this is one of the things you are supposed to do. Just go and do it. Go to the right office and do it. I will not go to Works and Housing on your behalf. Thank you.
Fair enough. Remember.
Okay. The Speaker of the House, as much as I think with regards to the pasting of flyers and other things, there are
notice boards.
I think we have notice boards around, and I think 2 of them are open to the public. Those ones they are not locked, so you can just go and then make it. So yes, one is around the School of Medicine here, and the other one just at the center of the auditorium is open for use by the public. So you can go there and then use it at any time. Those ones that students are not allowed to use, they've locked them. Even if you go to the event, we have one closer to, I think one attached to one of
the labs.
One of the lecture rooms, and then we have another one here, which is also long. So those ones the school wants us to use, they have made them available. So any candidate who wants to paste a flyer or something can use those.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Honorable Aduma. But however, I would like to also advise and encourage hopefuls here. And then maybe if your friend is hoping to become, please go to the right office. This one, don't listen to entirely what he has said, please. He's an honorable, I respect it, but I'm saying that go to the right office, because if you think that this it has been open, maybe it was open for something else. So please go through the right processes. Thank you.
Yes. Withdrawal of candidacy.
There's a
candidature. Sorry.
And then based on this, I'm also recommending that the SRC going forward to try as much as possible to also erect their own notice board for such purposes, so that they can be open to us to then going to seeking for other reasons would also prevent some students and save that time.
That's what you used to the SRC. So.
Thank you. I know it's not really to me, but since I'm the one standing here, I also want to give it back to the local nooks and then the provincial president. Let it be one of your projects. We really need it.
And please, I have a concern. Talking about notice boards, last year, I was privileged to be the campaign manager for our current Federal SRC president. Yes, please. And I went to place flyers. When I got there, our opponent had a very big flyer that covered more than half of the notice board. Ours was bigger. So in this situation, where I'm not allowed to do anything, that's bad, right? Because I believe if a candidate comes to tell you that I've covered his flyer, it's against the regulations.
It says that you may withdraw. I'm coming. The campaign process. Let me just move out.
Yeah.
Since the campaign must be in a manner that will maintain peace.
Yes, but here's the case.
So the right thing you could have done then as a campaign manager is reach out to the electoral commission who gave you the nod to win it, so that we now between the two of you say okay fine, because it's like this, do this, you get it. So I know campaign managers are here, so I'm also encouraging. I know you want your person's face to be seen, but when it comes to those things, consider other people as well. Thank you.
Honorable Dude.
Speaker in the House. Yes, so to me, the issue of posting or pasting flyers on the notice board, it brings a question to mind. These hopefuls are looking forward to what? Selling out themselves, advantage places that students often go, or students are often available. So the right thing to them is they should seek permission from the right authorities. I'm a student, and how often do we go to the notice board? It's the same thing they have in their mind that students don't often go to the notice board, so they wouldn't, most of them wouldn't waste their time going to the notice board. The right thing is, please, if you are over here, do the right thing. Thank you.
Honorable Harris.
Mr. Speaker of the House, Harris Brown. I guess this is just a suggestion to the PC.
Yeah, sure.
I think quite a number of people have this in mind, probably have this maybe you can include, since our lawyers made mention of the fact that the CI is exclusively to the Electoral Commission, and you can do your recommendations and additions and subtractions. Maybe you can include the size of the posters and the size of the flyers that we should use, because the notice board right behind School of Medicine's offices here for the students, it is something so small that I think whatever size banner that you are doing will not fit there. And you cannot go and paste things on the walls or on the gates. So if you have to use the notice board provided by the school, and then you not even the SRC, maybe you can say that A3 or A4 minimum or maximum. It should be something to guide us and then also protect the edifice of our buildings. Thank you.
Withdrawal of candidature. Still on campaign.
So, sorry. The Speaker of the House, I think I can see you are all speaking very much from a good heart and have very good perspective, but I don't think that's how politics actually works. And we realize it's actually
Remember.
The Speaker of the House, Harris Brown, for the presidential. 0.7, I think, sub-point B, it says that a candidate who did not put up a poster or flyer by the commencement of campaign shall begin to have ignored this record. I don't understand. Why would you, if I choose to have only flyers online and then not place anything?
No. So, thank you. So, the communication here is we didn't give an exact location. So, who did not put up a flyer? Once you don't put up a flyer, that's what we are saying. We didn't say either on a wall or anywhere exactly. Yes, please. Thank you. I think that will be all. Let's go.
Document page 7. Document page 7.
Yeah, it starts from here. This it starts from the polling stations. Then I move. Electoral centers.
Police stations, electoral centers. No concerns. Polling agents. Polling agents, sorry.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, someone?
Yes, I think Frederick.
No one.
Fred.
Frederick, do you have any concern?
I can move on.
Document page 8. Voting process. Question. Please, with the polling centers, with the polling agents, will the candidates be made liable, or like can we hold them to book if the polling agent does something that's untoward? Because I remember last year someone slapped you. So are we actually following that?
I think
think your question is not clear. It wasn't a polling agent, and it was not. Okay, it was not really a slap suit.
Okay.
I really care for I believe it be Asoka boys, those people. Asoka boys. Yeah. So I think it all boils down to the issue of security at our polling stations. So once you give us security, that should happen. And one of the reasons that happened was because their agents were having phones, so they were able to communicate and tell the aspirant that, oh, this is what is happening to your results, or this is what is happening to you. If you don't come right now, you will lose in 2 minutes time. You understand? So once you are able to, you are saying now we'll take phones away. The polling agents will take their phones away and all that. I believe that we'll be able to claim that.
Crowd member. Harris.
Speaker of the House.
Yeah.
I would like to ask the East about the voting process. Okay, it's actually, I don't know which one is the A, because the A has been repeated twice. It's AA, but I'll just read it. The electronic online vote casting system shall be used. I've been in this university for quite a while, and I've seen elections being done over the years. The manual voting system has been used before, and the electronic system has also been used. I would say a modified electronic system has been used in the past during normal notice election with Honorable. They actually situated a lot of polling stations at the various hostels. Even though they used the electronic system, but there were laptops at the various hostels, about 3 or 4 laptops, where people can vote. And then there is a command center where people are thinking about sandwich students also casting their votes. And because it is online, wherever they are, they should be able to cast their votes as well. First of all, I'd like to ask, are we really going to think about considering the manual voting alongside the electronic? If no, can we at least adopt the modified electronic system where we vote hostel by hostel, or at vantage points where we can find students? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fire. Permit me to ask, is your question based on data or internet connection? Is your question based on internet connection issues? Is that where you are coming from?
It is based on internet connectivity.
Okay.
It is also based on inclusivity of every student in casting their votes. Sometimes it's difficult for students to even want to use their data to vote for you as a candidate. Number one, it only places a burden on the aspirants, because students will say, I don't have data to vote, because it's one of the hostels that have internet connection. And as at the day we'll be voting, nobody knows where any student will be. So if the student happens to be at the hostel, and then there's internet problem at that hostel, because the EC now decided that, okay, I'll put electronic system at Jimfuka, and then I'll put my own internet connectivity over there, so that it will allow all the students to come and vote. I think it will be better. But if we give the prerogative to students to vote in the comfort of their homes or wherever they are, they may give an excuse of internet connectivity being the reason why they have not casted their vote. That is the reason why I asked my question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One is that we will take that into consideration as easy. However, I don't think you've asked yourself if the election day is a class day on a weekday. Because if that happens, I can't be waiting for somebody in their hostel to come. It will affect the time and everything. So we've actually looked at all those. That's how come we decided that this time around we have only 2 electoral centers. And then students who, I'm sure when we continue, the understanding will come better, because you have the election you mentioned, you cited. With that one, you come and then you receive a cheat. they give you a code. But this one, the code is coming to your mobile device with this software. So everything runs on your phone. And I believe that it is not an issue of students feeling lazy. When a student believes in what you are bringing on board, they'll go the extra mile. Like somebody went the extra mile to attack me just for a candidate. The person was never going to be maybe an executive, but you understand, because he believes in that person and what the vision that they are bringing on board. So I think that once again, hopefuls encourage your, when you are going, be going well.
Honorable Harris.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the House, I didn't move on page 8 because I can see that we are still on page 17. But anyways,
sorry, it was because when you got the polling agent issue,
that's why we went back.
Okay, we said
on the polling agent.
I also have an issue on polling agents and then polling centers.
Okay, so I should go back to polling centers.
That's fine. So thank you. Point A, there shall be 2 electoral centers where the voting process and activities can be monitored on the year of voting. Now we go to 9. Each and that's point A. Each and every candidate shall provide 1 person who shall serve as his or her agent at the electoral center. Which of the electoral center will the person be? Because I believe they are supposed to monitor affairs at both electoral centers. So will you please allow maybe 2 at the various centers, or how do you go about it?
Thank you. The Speaker, for this very part, the A, we are looking at Hokwe and it is only for federal that they would have the issue that somebody has to be there in Hokwe, somebody has to be. For provincial, one person has that side is okay. You don't need to. So the issue is just about the federal. I think that is the issue. So in the last election, we gave them the opportunity to bring 2, and then 2, 1 for Hokwe and 1 for the federal election.
Follow up. So please, will you, I don't get it, will you change it or will you add it? Of course, what we have here right now.
Because once you approve it, it becomes working and functional. Because last year, people made arguments in consent to you.
If I don't know, maybe I'm the president, if they want to give me one opportunity, I cannot just leave it. I need somebody to on the whole website to monitor it.
That's what I did explain, that for federal, but then they have.
It's allowed.
Yes, it's allowed.
It's indicated. It
said, please, am I allowed?
Yes, please. Please be on your feet. Your name?
Mr. Speaker of the House, my name is Solomon Jacob, the programs and projects.
Yeah.
He said, each and every candidate shall provide 1 person who shall serve as his or her agent at the electoral center. Now we have one electoral center, 1 person will be there. One electoral center, 1 person will be there. Not that the statements, I think the point you are raising, you are taking it to be a rule. They say shall provide 1 person who shall represent him or her at both centers. So the statement they said each and every candidate shall provide 1 person who shall serve as his or her agent at the electoral center. So if you have an electoral center here and you are buying for the federal position, you have 1 agent here. And if you have 1 agent for the
I think that that statement goes for
Yeah.
So in the case of there should be a condition that
Yeah, so I believe his submission is that for the wedding, for the federals, we should state clearly.
However, Mr. Speaker, the electoral center says that there shall be 2. And in line, I'm saying that at center, there will be 1. So I'm saying that this is an issue with EC and then federal executive. Yes.
I know because last year someone contested the validity of, during Honorable Frank Chatty's case, the validity of the constitutional instrument, saying that a lot of things, the app wasn't following, the amended constitutional instrument wasn't approved by the House, something like that. So I mean, if we are doing it, it should be included so that at least no one comes back. Because this year, as much as possible, we are trying to prevent any delays. I have to write my examination. So we have to hurry up with it. Honorable Kunye.
I want to know, are you going to use the... No, we are not there yet.
We are on page 8.
Once we are done with one, let's...
Okay, but like we are on polling agents, and polling agent extends to page 8. So he's allowed to. So we are done with polling agents, right?
It's entirely page 8.
It's entirely page 8.
Voting process.
Okay. Really? Hey. On my phone is page 8, page 9. Oh? It's different everywhere.
It's because of your phone speed.
Yeah, okay. So we should deal with it with the topics.
Well, so now I think if we are done with the polling agent, then we know we are done.
Okay, so moving to voting process. Your question is with voting process, right?
Yes, the electronic system.
Okay. And please, pardon me, there was a electing mistake. There was the A and A. Correct that.
Okay, so I would like to know, are you going to use the same one you used in the previous election, an upgraded one or a new one? Because it's looking like it's now becoming a norm that usually we have an election to rerun. And when you look at some of the issues that pops up after the election, I think the electronic system is one of the major concerns that has always been raised. Some students always complain that they don't get the link. For instance,
before the students complain, you mentioned that are we going to use which one? Because there were two that were used in the past election. We voted twice.
One, just the previous one.
The rerun or the actual election? Because the rerun,
we used
the actual election. Yes. So we moved away from that system to the rerun.
Nani, I'll come back to you after Pius's submission.
Sometimes some of the students may not even receive them as honorable as and some of them may not even have a phone. Why are we actually assuming that they are, if we put the laptops, all right, at various hostels or even vantage points on campus, then every student can put using the EC's electronic system instead of sending the link to their various phones.
Honorable, I think when you gave the suggestion earlier, I told you that we have noted it and we put it into consideration.
But please, if you put it into consideration and we approve this, it becomes working.
I think that no, it will be considered. It goes beyond the CI issue.
Okay.
And then we mentioned also that if anything changes in proceedings, we definitely update that.
Okay. Honorable Daniel.
I think I've been in this school for 2 years, and over the years, since I came to US, we've always been using the electronic system of issues have been arising from it. Personally, I would suggest that we go for manual system, but for the sake of, should I say, some students and others, I think that's the reason why maybe you give it to us. But how do you plan on getting the data for your data? How do you plan on getting it? Because I realize, I think last week,
the question,
how do you plan on gathering your data?
Can I answer that then you proceed? So we'll do registration. Thank you. Yes.
And then how are you going to verify The person who registered did it.
Did you vote during the rerun?
I voted.
You registered. Did you verify your details? So that's what we are doing.
Because the reason why I'm asking that.
And I'm saying that when we moved away from the first election after the issue got up, in the rerun we did not encounter any issue.
Issues really come up, but yet that. Because
you were voted for.
Yes.
You believe issues were with the rerun.
Yes. Issues were there.
So you don't deserve to be an executive. Okay. No. Okay. No.
Order in the house.
There were issues. There were students that didn't get it. My friends, some verified, they didn't get their names.
Honorable, it is not true.
Let me go to them. Okay.
It is not true. It's not true. We laid down various procedures. This is the house that makes decisions concerning whatever that will happen with the election. And if we do not make clarifications here and it happens, none of you will go to court with that, unfortunately. So I want you to understand, during the rerun of the election, all of us as ECs had mobile phones, had what's the name? Our WhatsApp contacts giving out that if you have any issue, you reach out to us. I don't know any of your friends, but the people that reached out, I'm not sure none of them were your friends in the first week. Again, when we had the rerun was smooth. I'll say it was better than any other thing that we did the first time. The first time the issue was that the link did not get to people because of SMS issues. Now we move to, let me finish it.
Like, I don't want to talk about what.
No, but that was where you got me from.
Yes, I want to.
You guys don't want to move ahead when you don't want to deal with them.
Honourable members, order in the house. I believe his question was that, how do we gather our data?
And I answered it.
So I satisfied with that answer.
No, because last year I was made aware that the university, I think the IT department, they didn't allow giving our students
Details.
a foreign company or like company outside. That's the main reason why I asked this question, because.
Please, who gave you that information?
I've forgotten actually.
Well, then it is not true.
So.
Did you verify from the EC? You are an aspirant. Did you verify from the EC?
I verified that.
And who told you? You said you didn't know, but I said you verified.
I
It's not your thing.
Verifying my details for the voting.
No. So, but you asked which of the ECs, please.
Okay, please, can I ask?
Sure.
What I want to ask is that this question I'm asking is not something that maybe will help me any other way that much. It's something that I feel that will help. Maybe you wouldn't take good note of that, and maybe at the end of the day someone will use it and it will cause issues. That's why I'm saying that. How are you going to verify your database? Because what I heard, or what is in my head, was that the university IT department don't give our students database to companies outside. So in case that maybe we are using companies outside, then I want you to tell me, how are you going to verify that this person who registered is actually a student?
Yeah, I think it's a fair question. Remember. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. One is that we are requiring students to register. So when you register, you go through the process of getting started. What we heard last year, number one, was not true. Because even with the first election, it was not somebody, it was not the school that organized it, not the second one. However, the first one, we were able to get data from the IT. So that's what I'm just telling you that it is not true. We'll get in that with the appropriate authorities and offices to help us in doing our work.
You have the floor, Honorable Aduma.
Yes, look at the house. I think our EC has been very late. On the first day.
Please take it back.
Okay, I will catch my on the first day when he came for vetting, after that the vetting panel suggested that he goes to the post-rep for their data. And we gave him 3 weeks to find that the panel. He didn't do it. Now, with regards to the data the IT will provide, let us not forget that some of the information we provided there when we came to level 100 has been changed. Most of us have changed our contacts, our emails. Some of us, our emails are not working. So if we are going back for that same data from IT, then it means some students are not going to receive the information you are going to share with them because they are not using that same contact. They are not using that. And then with the issue of verification, this is where the issue of verification comes in. Now, what the information we gathered during last year's election was that some people were able to verify for some candidates, and at the end they were also able to for some students, and at the end they were able to vote for them. So in an attempt to prevent that, that was why we suggested to you from the initiative that go to the class, provide the course sheet, let them write their names, their emails, and their contacts, the very information we need for the data, so that at least we can have a credible one at this time, and we won't come back with this issue of somebody is my email, somebody is
Whiskey, no. The one I think.
and Mr. Please be back.
Honorable Aduma, I think you made an observation concerning the way I personally am working. Well, it's your observation. However, you see, when we came for the vetting, you asked a few questions. How are you going to get data? How are you going to do this? And I told you that, okay, I'll gather data by getting in touch with students. And you advised me, why don't I start now? Then I get in touch with the person who is working as in the software we are going to use. And they tell me that there's no need gathering data in that manner. It's a different thing. I hope you understand. So I can still go and gather data, but if you do not use it, so what's the use of me gathering that data? Now you are mentioning something about verification. It's just unfortunate that you do not remember how you put it in the rerun. That is the whole thing. If you remember, you know that that process was quite smooth. It's very personal because we use your emails. Even though the students who had issues with their student emails were given the opportunity to contact IT for rectification. And if you use the student, what's the name, the SRC, sorry, the Gmail of the school, realize that even if you tamper with it a little bit, they'll just block you from accessing it. So we're strategic. We use our personal school emails. We didn't use any email at all. Personal school emails. Somebody, I think I saw the person around, whilst doing the registration, for address, gave us email address, gave us PND 31. On the day of elections, the person called. I've not received my email. So we checked the system, my message, we checked the system, and it's PNB 31. How am I going to send PNB 31? What? So an email address. So I'm telling you that very software and that system was quite transparent. The hitches are there, but that was quite transparent. I think there are a few people, you do understand. So once we are able to get those things done, it's sorted.
I saw your hands up. Please, are we hopefuls? Because it seems we are. Let's continue.
My name is pronounced as
Etia.
Etia. Thank you.
I'll do my best.
Mine is an submission to the electoral commission, or you may also take it as a recommendation. Yes. I'll urge them to get a software. I'm using Google Fonts as an example. I'm not saying they should use Google Fonts, but they can have a software in that form where in registering the students, these forms will be sent to the course reps. So they will be entering the details of each student online. And let's say if it's Sonam, the student will indicate Sonam. If it's in level 100 or 200, he indicates his level. At the end of the day, you have the data for registered voters. You have the total number of registered voters, and you also have the number of Sonam students to vote. number of MSA students to vote, number of Homo students to vote. At the end of the day, you see that everything is in order. Number of FN.
Fred N. Baker School of Public Health student.
Thank you very much. Fred N. At the end of the day, you see that you don't even have that much of a workload on you.
But yet before that, I'm made to believe that since they are a commission, right? They are made up of individuals that have actually thought out these things. And when we get to the roadmap, they will give us all that. This submission, I know, is actually very good. I actually think here in UHAS we should have our own voting platform. Yes, we should have our own data for electorate. But however, we need to deal with what we have now. Then move, as we are moving on, we make changes to how things are done.
Dealing with what we have now is the one causing the problem.
Well, we have a point. So remember.
Let me ask a question before I give anything. You said that cost reps should be given Google Forms.
So when I started,
it was a suggestion.
No. But you mentioned, so how exactly do you want that to be? You are suggesting something to me, right? Yes. So I want to understand.
Honorable members, let's remember it's almost 3 p.m. If we delay, let no one blame me for our delay. Because we are now on the first item for today. Let's move on. But let's take notes, okay? But we shouldn't actually also rush in making decisions too. So let's make our submissions very, very succinct and
the suggestion
brief.
has been noted, sir. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Submissions on the voting process. Is it on the same thing you spoke of earlier or a different thing? But it's up. I will. Please wait. I shall make it a suggestion now. That means let's continue. I don't say anything that later you have elections. Please.
Mm-hmm. So I think now, I think the EC will have to come now, get into the ground, listen to the photos that were in the previous election.
Don't give me submission.
I didn't say anything.
Because you see, there are a whole lot of issues that we need to come out. Like, just one issue I know. We can't run away from the fact. If you see it, try that you are having, it will happen this year. And then we don't want that thing to happen.
What thing?
See, I really want this year, as you said, that it will be a free and fair election. You hand over so that they can start, the next administration can start their work. Everything is fine. That's why I'm stressing on, for example, the verification process, because that one is very important. And I can see that if we play around that area, if someone will use it and then probably go to court again, that's not what they may have prophecy, but there's something else. But it's very true. So, like, this is a suggestion, like, you really help you if you.
Well noted. Thank you.
Honorable.
I wanted to find out, you made a comment about EC having their own platform. I wanted to find out, can an appeal be made to the UHAS school itself? Because on their website, we have some our federal executives over there. So on that UHAS website, can an appeal be made for a voting platform to be placed on that website, where the EC gives a database to the IT office, and from there, every student in UHAS has accessed that website before. So if you are being asked to go and vote on the UHAS Ghana website or UHAS website, I'm not sure it would be an issue for any student to go there and go and make a vote or something.
And please, I came with Yeah, I know, yes. I came in 2018. 2018, 2019. Issues came up where people were allegedly saying, the word is allegedly, that, please, can you stop recording? That certain individuals in those offices were meddling with students' elections. You understand? So I think the EC and its people have actually thought of all these things that have happened over the years. But however, your submission is actually a very, very good one. And I'm sure you take good note of that.
Yes, and also I think I would like to make it known to the House that some things are long-term plans. They are short-term. We want to have elections now, so they are short-term. They are long-term ones. We will actually try and then maybe recommend to whoever would hand over to. Thank you.
Results declaration. Results declaration.
The Speaker of the House, please, I just want to sympathize with our EC chair. He has been standing there for close to 3 hours or 2 hours. We are sitting here looking at him. So I humbly plead that, Mr. Speaker, let's get a seat for him to rest his body. Okay, more power.
Thank you.
Submissions or declaration of results. Submissions. Submissions, corrections, concerns about Schedule A. Please let us note Schedule A before hopefuls. I'm sure you've all seen Schedule A. Let's look at it very well. It has brought issues before. Let's look at it. Once this document is approved, it's a working document and becomes part of our constitution. Let us take note of it before we come raising issues about this again. Thank you. Now remember.
The Speaker of the House, with the results declaration, I think the part B, which says that the candidate shall be deemed validly elected if he or she obtains 50% plus 1 vote. I think this portion should be by simple majority, so that if we have 5 people contesting for the same position, we will not come back and organize another election. Because if we are coming back to organize another election for them, let us not forget we are still going to buy a voting system. 10,000. Sure. So I believe that we will go by simple majority, so that some of these issues will not come up after our elections.
Point of information.
The Speaker of the House, I think when they say 50 plus 1 vote, even if it's 5 people, there is 50% of them.
No, but the thing is that, right, his concern is that, sorry, is that if we have 5 people contesting and the one who leads has 38%, that's the point, that the person should be declared. Really? Well, that's a submission. If there is any other thing that can be done, we'll do about it. You can also move a motion that it be changed to something, because it's here. Simple majority. Because we have, let me give you this. I'll come to you, okay? Legon uses 50 plus 1. And it has actually churned out a lot of good leaders, right? Case in point, during last 2 years, I think the election that our CJ contested, I think His Excellency Sunny Days had he didn't have up to 50%, right? And once I feel I had 48%, I had 30, close to what you had. That means I can actually concoct issues, and also challenge the results. That maybe you overtook me with something small, and hence maybe you did it. If I have evidence to prove it, they can delay the whole thing, right? So I believe they have a reason for doing that. But however, emotion can be moved, so that we change what is here. It all boils down to emotion. We can all talk, the emotion stands. I remember.
I think you said whatsoever I wanted to say. I mean, the 50% plus one is there for a particular reason. It actually means that 50% of the students has approved you to be their leader, and then one individual more. So basically, if somebody gets less than that, we want to bring everybody into the SRC. So we should strive hard to maintain the 50% plus one. That is my view.
You're welcome. Challenge A. Please, I'm coming. Honorable Isi, is there a room for candidates or aspirants to sign an undertaking so that they don't go and come back and say they were not told? Because last year, something like that happened. During the hearing, you were there, where an aspirant said he didn't know what was going on because it wasn't sent by letter or anything. Do we have an undertaking?
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things we plan to do this time is aspirant engagement, and as well as one of the things, because you be engaged. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was saying that one of the things that we plan to do is aspirant engagement. You know, the more you engage, you dialogue, you agree on things, right? We don't want it to just be hanging in the air. So a lot of MOUs will be between aspirants and the EC, because everybody wants to finish school. So that's the plan now, that MOUs, a lot of them. So maybe after every meeting, we sign. These people did, and then there will be reports as well. We'll be keeping them. As and when court cases come up, we may bring them up. So I think that was one of the things we faced last year. So moving forward, well, anytime you're updating them, you make sure that it looks very official and all that. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion that the election results should be declared by simple majority and not 50% as one.
Second.
Please let before Mr. Speaker, with the voting software we are looking at using, in the case where there is a rerun, it will not be purchased at a different fee, because we understand that it will happen that maybe somebody, I'm just trying to clarify, maybe so that for everybody gets 49, maybe just something like that. It may not happen, but maybe there are two people, so they share their votes. We'll do a rerun. That's what will happen. Yes, and then that one will not be at a special fee. It's a full package. Yes, please.
The Speaker of the House, at the matter later, I therefore rise to retract.
Thank you very much. So what do you do? Yeah. What about you? You're welcome.
Thank you. The Speaker of the House, I saw a voting process, but I didn't see any process for an opposition to contest the results. I believe it is the CI, so the opposition process should also be spelled out.
Okay.
I think that is actually
actually spelled out in the Constitution.
It is.
So an aspirant who wishes to.
And it's one of the reasons why we don't declare the results maybe immediately. So we give the 72-hour period, 48 to 72. I think it's in the Constitution as that we give that room for any opposition, anything at all to come up. We clarify and then we move ahead. Thank you.
Hey, we are done with the document. What do we do now?
Oh, that. What did I do?
Because once we approve this document,
What did they again change?
what we go by is what the words that are in this document. Let's take note of that.
Anybody has anything about that can still petition the CG whilst the document is still
Remember, Speaker of the House, I, as the matter legislator, rise to second the motion. Or is that a motion? Sure. I also rise to affirm that this ACI be adopted so that the recommendations we make, they can go back and make those changes and then bring it back for final approval.
Oh, no.
The Speaker of the House,
Oh.
I'm saying final approval because a similar incident happened last year. After it was adopted here, and then they asked them to go and make some corrections to it. And they did bring it back for approval. And besides that, we can also adopt this and then tell them they should go and make the changes we are talking about. They will go and then it might be different from what we told them to do. So I suggest it goes and then
Mr. Speaker.
But Mr. Speaker, we give them time, like maybe 3 days to finish that emergency.
We need that. Should it come to the House, we won't deliberate.
Yes, we are just going to read through and see if everything is okay.
Mr. Speaker, it may look fair to you, but unfortunately to us, it may not look fair. Why? Because even with the roadmap, the plan is that latest by Tuesday or Monday, we start filing of nominations. However, if can you correct me if I'm wrong? The major corrections or the corrections that were noted, first one is in page 3, the concern about dean of schools being added to that portion. That is number 1. So, and then the only argument was and or as an or stroke. So that's dean of school. Then the other correction was page 8, voting, the lettering. I believe that those are the major corrections. Yes.
Harris, thank you very much, Harris. Now for the chairperson, foreign affairs. I have a question and then a submission. Would you say that the system that you are using for this year's election, the electronic voting system, is a flawless system?
Answer that first. All right, sure. Sure, all right, sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable, I am 97% sure that the system is flawless.
Thank you very much. So that 3% is very, very good.
And there's human error I'm looking at for the 3%.
Well, when you say human, I'm saying this because
Human error meaning that maybe I'm supposed to start the process at 6 a.m. and I didn't buy data for myself, so I delay. It's me, you understand? Yes. That's my 3%.
Okay, so I remember somewhere, I just want to refer us to events that occurred last year, where even as verifications were sent to students who registered, people still had access to
some of us are very humble. And I know I have colleagues here who are also very humble. You have friends. In as much as I'm not trying to say we should forget everything he said, but it's clearly out of context. We are done deliberating systems, and we are talking about. So, if he is to move a motion, fine. Other than that, he should stay in context so that some of us can do something and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. The Speaker of the House. We are talking about what to do with this. I'm also trying to find out information from him on how to equally accept this constitutional issue.
Mr. Speaker of the House, I think that was the very reason why we went page to page. The only on the speaker. The camera is only on the speaker.
The camera is only on the speaker.
We are human beings. If at the
Somebody
point
posted it on
where
YouTube.
pages were being opened, that point didn't come to mind, and now the point has come to mind. I believe the speaker has.
Mr. Speaker,
I think he understands. He has thought of the question I'm going to ask.
yes. So, yes, because you were a polling agent in the last election, so you are coming from a place of understanding and knowledge. Yes. So, yes, it happened. So the question is, how were we able to solve the problem? People will cheat even in these elections. I'm telling you, it's not like maybe I'm not expecting it. It's part of the life we are around us. So it will happen. But however, it is the measures you put in place to ensure that you are able to detect it and also make sure it doesn't affect the entire elections. And you were there. I don't want to speak to anything now, but you were there. You knew the things we do. So if those measures are put in place, I believe that my 97% should be a good percentage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What are you doing?
Mr. Speaker of the House, I am sort of my day, but I rise to move a motion that the CI presented should be adopted, but we'll get the final approval after those small corrections are made so that we can accept it wholly. Although there are small corrections, it should be made. The fact that it's small means he can get it done so fast, and maybe it will be presented to us earlier so that it won't affect his timeline. So we want to accept it wholly. That's my motion. Thank you.
Okay, so I think what my clerk is suggesting is that since he has the soft copy of it,
You just edit.
you can do it now.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
Change it, project it, we approve it, then you make it a PDF so you can get it. Remember?
The Speaker of the House, even if it is changed, we will still want the final document to have time to go through for final approval, because I can see that most of us we've sat for some time, and the natural laws of human, we are in a haste to get things done. He should go get through it. Even the fact that he has mentioned that there are only 2 corrections, we don't know yet.
No, honorable member, you'll be very unfair and very inconsiderate if you put it that way. I've been standing here for quite a while, and I told you that the correction, I noted them down. Or the one you said, Dean of Students, Dean of Schools. Then there is one that the lettering was wrong. So just change that one.
The reason why I'm saying that,
and you are now saying that the whole document, meaning that what we did was now.
Will you let me clarify? Although you just mentioned there were 2, somebody just started raising a point here. You understand?
A point concerning what, please? So when I stood out the first time to give you those points, the person did not remember it.
Exactly. So you see, I even called him to point of order. That's what I'm saying. We should go back.
No, he was just asking a question and reminding me of something that happened. That was what he did. Please.
Is it too hard that you correct it? And
No, I'm not against the way you are saying it. It looks like I'm telling you that there is a timeline.
Tone down on your argument. Remember, what the House agrees on is what is final.
The Speaker of the
rise to second the motion raised by Honorable Sonia. Any counter motions or amendments?
The Speaker of the House, I have a concern. But I want to add that we give them a 3-day period, which is.
Have you closed today? Have
By
you closed?
Tuesday,
It will affect us.
present it back
No.
to us.
It will affect us. You see, Mr. Speaker, even though it didn't state exactly when in the 3rd week, you realize that it's between the 3rd week and the 7th week. So it's a duration. That's what we are working with. So everything, the question, so why didn't we start on Monday? Because we knew we'd be here. If there's anything, we sort it out quickly and then we start on Tuesday. No, it's not adjustment. When you make it look like that, it doesn't sound nice. Okay, you are hungry. That's how come you are saying it. That's why I'm saying that. No, he's hungry. He mentioned it. He said it himself. He said it himself. No. No, he said it himself. He said it. Oh, he said it himself. Oh, he's hungry. He wants to leave. Charlie, Afina budget, Afina roadmap. Oh.
Kindly permit me to make a suggestion to the Honorable House. Since the EC is convinced that the CIE has presented doesn't have much corrections to be made, and he feels like it can be made, and the House also wants to go on recess. If he has his committee, if he has to consult his committee, I suggest that the House goes on recess, he meets his committee, maybe it's a document, so he makes the necessary progress. When the House convenes back, then we take 5 minutes or 2 minutes to just approve or adopt the document wholly. But if you go ahead and say we are adopting, but go and make a change, once you have agreed to the document, whatever he presented is what you have agreed to. So later when the court case arrives, somebody can refer to the old document and say that that is what was happening. So my suggestion is that let the House go on recess, let them make the correction. When we complete,
come back. You solve it. What's the 3 days?
That's fair. But please, moving on to the next business of the day. What we are doing that, we are taking, okay, we are taking only we are taking only 5 questions, right, with a report from the Constitutional Review Committee. The report has already been sent to the for the last an hour or so. Okay.
Budget roadmap, and then price nomination from price. I'm just supposed to approve it with the CI. That's it.
Okay, so when you come up with this?
Yeah, sure.
So after recess, he presents his budget.